Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We don't have enough people to have a quorum.
Adam and Madam Clerk, I think we can begin with the reading of the agenda, though. Is that correct?
Yes, as long as you're not voting on anything or receiving public comment, you can go ahead and start reading the agenda.
Perfect. Let's begin with
and Council Members Harris and DeRusso just joined.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so let's go with the reading of the agenda.
Good morning. We have the council of the City of New Orleans agenda regular meeting held via video conference Thursday, February 3rd, 2022 at 10 a.m. Approval of number 1, page 2, approval of the minutes, January 6th, 2022, January 10th, 2022, special meeting, January 20th, 2022, and January 24th, 2022, special meeting. There are no special orders of business. Page 3, consent agenda. Number 1, communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office, submitting the transmittal document for communications related to electric and gas utility matters to be received by the Council of the City of New Orleans at its meeting on February 3rd, 2022. Communications from Entergy New Orleans, LLC, ENO. Number 1, quarterly report on New Orleans power station usage for Q4 2021, submitted pursuant to Resolution R21-153. Number 2, purchased power cost recovery adjustments for the February 2022 billing cycle, submitted pursuant to Resolution R2067, UD 1807. Number 3, purchased gas adjustments for the February 22 billing cycle, submitted pursuant to Resolution R03-272. Number 4, fuel adjustments for the February 2022 billing cycle, submitted pursuant to Resolution R2067, UD 1807. Number 5, environmental adjustments for the February 2022 billing cycle, UD 1807. Number 6, request to modify ENO electric rate schedules to expand access to electric vehicle charging infrastructure, UD 1807. Number 7, semi-annual true-up of the rate adjustment related to the securitized storm cost recovery rider, SSCR, submitted pursuant to Resolution R15-193 UD 1401. Number 2, communication from Michelle D. Allen Hart, General Counsel and Deputy Director of Aviation Legal Affairs, New Orleans Aviation Board, submitting the 2021 New Orleans Aviation Board member attendance record for calendar year 2021 pursuant to Section 287. Page 4, number 3, communication from Lauren C. Jardell, Director, Local Government and Community Relations, Office of Government and Community Relations, acting as an agent for Tulane University, requesting a 1-year extension of the deadline for Tulane to complete the conditional use process related to 1036 Broadway, Ordinance number 32897 MCS, zoning docket 10419, in accordance with Section 43H2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Suggested hearing date 3/10/22. Number 4, communication from Stephen Kennedy on behalf of REO LLC, requesting an administrative extension of time in which to record approved conditional use plans for zoning docket 7120, ordinance number 33190, pursuant to Article 4, Section 43H2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Suggesting hearing date set for 3/10/22. Number 5, communication from Erica Gates Preservation LLC, requesting to appeal the Bucare Commission's decision of denial to retain roof deck and hot tub for the property located at 533 Toulouse Street. Suggested hearing date 2/17/22. Page 5, number 6, communication from AJA Fitz-Ritson, Senior Executive Assistant, New Orleans Ernest N. Memorial Convention Center, submitting the 2021 Board Attendance Report. Number 7, communication from Arthur A. Morel, Clerk of Criminal District Court, submitting the election results for the proposition election on December 11th, 2021. Number 8, communication from Amy B. Pagne, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service, submitting for council approval amendment to the classified pay plan, Council Utilities Regulatory Office, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of January 24th, 2022. Page 6, number 9, communication from Amy B. Pagne, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service, submitting for council approval amendment to the classified pay plan, Police Crime Lab, NCIC, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of January 24, 2022. Number 10, communication from Amy B. Pagne, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service, submitting for council approval amendment to the classified pay plan, Sewage and Water Board, new special rate of pay in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of January 24th, 2022. Number 11, communication from Amy B. Pagne, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service, submitting for council approval amendment to the classified pay plan, $15 pay plan adjustments, hiring rates, additional changes, $15 pay plan in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of January 24th, 2022, effective date January 1, 2022. Page 7, number 12, communication from Arthur A. Morel, Clerk of Criminal District Court, submitting the recommendation and collaboration with council members Jeruso, Harris, and Green, the emergency temporary polling location moves to the City Council to remain in place for the March 26, 2022 primary and April 30, 2022 general elections pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 18534B1, Ward Precinct 409 from St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. Ward Precinct 411, St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. Ward Precinct 415 from St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Edward Hines Charter School, 990 Harrison Street, enter on French Street. Ward Precinct 417 from St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Hines Charter School Gym, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. Ward Precinct 417A from St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. Ward Precinct 418 from St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. Ward Precinct 420, St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street to Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. Page 8, Ward Precinct 421, St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. 422 St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. 423 St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. 1717 St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. 1719 St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. 1720 St. Dominic's School, 6326 Memphis Street, Edward Hines Charter School Gym, 990 Harrison Avenue, enter on French Street. 1301 St. Catherine Drexel Prep School, 5116 Magazine Street, former 2nd District Police Station, 4317 Magazine Street. 1302 from St. Catherine Drexel Prep School, 5116 Magazine Street, to former 2nd District Police Station, 4317 Magazine Street, 1303 St. Catherine Drexel Prep School, 5116 Magazine Street, to former 2nd District Police Station, 4317 Magazine Street, 1304 St. Catherine Drexel Prep School, 5116 Magazine Street, to former 2nd District Police Station, 4317 Magazine Street. Page 9, 1305 St. Catherine Drexel Prep School, 5116 Magazine Street, to former 2nd District Police Station, 4317 Magazine Street. 1306 St. Catherine Drexel Prep School, 5116 Magazine Street, former 2nd District Police Station, 4317 Magazine Street. 1713 Private Hall, 8600 Forsyth Street, to Paul L. Dunbar Elementary School, 9330 Forsyth Street. 1713A Private Hall, 8600 Forsyth Street, to Paul L. Dunbar Elementary School, 9330 Forsyth Street. 1714 Private Hall, 8600 Forsyth Street, to Paul L. Dunbar Elementary School, 9330 Forsyth Street. Number 13, communication from Arthur A. Morrell, Clerk of Criminal District Court, submitting the recommendation in collaboration with council members Jeruso, King, and Green. The temporary polling moves due to Hurricane Ida and loss of use are recommended to the City Council for permanent emergency return to the original polling location. Ward Precinct 910 from Stallings Recreation Center, 4300 St. Claude, to Renaissance High School at Frederick Douglass, 3820 St. Claude. 911 Stallings Recreation, 3000 St. Claude, 4300, St. Claude, to Renaissance High School at Frederick Douglass, 3820 St. Claude Avenue. 914 Stallings Recreation Center, 4300 St. Claude Avenue, to Renaissance High School at Frederick Douglass, 3820 St. Claude Avenue. 916 Stallings Recreation Center, 4300 St. Claude Avenue, to Renaissance High School at Frederick Douglass, 3820 St. Claude Avenue. 917 Stallings Recreation Center, 4300 St. Claude Avenue, to Renaissance High School at Frederick Douglass, 3820 St. Claude Avenue. 1502 Algiers Courthouse, 2225 Morgan Street, to International School of Louisiana at Holy Name of Mary, 502 Oliver Street. 1506 Algiers Courthouse, 225 Morgan Street, to International School of Louisiana at Holy Name of Mary, 502 Olivier Street. 1711 Paul L. Dunbar Elementary School, 9330 Forsyth Street, to Nazareth Baptist School, Baptist Church, 9108 Pritchard Place. Number 14, communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of the Health Department, City of New Orleans, submitting the January 2022 documentation of all encampment cleanup efforts as required by Section 82703. Page 11, number 15, communication from Brian Whited, Interim Director, Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation, submitting the board meeting attendance report for the year 2021. Number 16, communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permit, City of New Orleans, transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following property: 1600 North Claiborne Avenue, 2143866 Demo, Council District C. Suggested hearing date set for 2/17/22. Number 17, communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permit, City of New Orleans, transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following property: 1611 North Robertson Street, 2134867 Demo, Council District C. Suggested hearing date set for 2/17/22. Page 12. Number 18, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, transmitting a report regarding an appeal of the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial regarding an application to demolish the property located at 2220 South Broad Street. Number 19, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmark Commission, transmitting a report regarding an appeal of the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial regarding an application to demolish the property located at 1413 Moss Street. Number 20, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmark Commission, transmitting a report regarding an appeal of the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial regarding an application to demolish the property located at 701 Cadiz Street. Page 13. Number 21, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, transmitting a report regarding an appeal of the Historic District Landmarks Commission decision of denial regarding an application to demolish the property located at 2326 Robert Street. Number 22, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, transmitting a report regarding an appeal of the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial regarding an application to demolish the property located at 1218 Valmont Street. Number 23, report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission, transmitting zoning docket numbers 10921, Green, 11021, Councilmember King, 11121, Councilmember Jeruso, 11221, Councilmember Harris. Council deadline 4/4/22. Suggested hearing date set for 2/17/22. Page 14, number 24, calendar number 33593 by Councilmember Brissette, an ordinance to effect a zoning
Madam
change.
Clerk, please add Eugene Green, Councilman Eugene Green, to this item.
I'll make a note of that for you, Councilmember.
Okay.
An ordinance to effect a zoning change from an SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District to an SRD Suburban Two Family Residential District on square 4879 Lot M5 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Basage Street, LaFay Street, Madrid Street, and Robert E. Lee Boulevard. Municipal addresses 6110 to 6112 Basage Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 7421. Number 25, calendar number 33,594 by Councilmember Brissette, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a medical clinic over 5,000 square feet in a floor area in an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District, RDO2 Residential Diversity Overlay District, AC1 Arts and Culture Diversity Overlay District, and EC Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District on square 345 Lot E in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by North Broad Street, Esplanade Avenue, Barrack Street, and North Dorchester Street. Municipal addresses 1320 North Broad Street and 2558 to 2562 Esplanade Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 7921.
Please add Councilman Green to that calendar item.
Page 15, number 26, calendar number 33,595 by Councilmember Brissette. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 18 of Ordinance number 4264 MCS, amended by Ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to expand authorization for any bar and restaurant to provide outdoor live entertainment subject to standards and through the conditional use process in the AC1 Arts and Culture Overlay District, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 10521. Number 27, calendar number 33,596 by Councilmember Brissette. An ordinance to grant an amendment to ordinance number 28,853 MCS zoning docket 06321, which granted a conditional use to permit a bar and outdoor amusement facility, to now grant a conditional use to permit an outdoor amphitheater in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district in the AC1 Arts and Culture Diversity Overlay District and EC Enhancement Corridor District Overlay District GC. and EC Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District, GC Greenway Corridor Design Overlay District. Properties are located in square 336, lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 7A and 7B, 8, 9, and 10 in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by North Broad Street, Lafitte Street, North Dorchester Street and Toulouse Street. Municipal addresses 600 North Broad Street, 2619 to 2633 Toulouse Street, 2622 to 2626 Toulouse Street, 2633 Lafitte Avenue, and 2634 to 2658 Toulouse Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 10621.
Please add green.
Number 16, I'm sorry, excuse me, page 16, number 28, calendar number 33,597 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a multifamily dwelling, 3 units in an HMR3 historic Marigny Treme Bywater residential district and an RDO1 residential diversity overlay district on square 243 lot P in the 3rd municipal district bounded by Dauphine, Albar, Burgundy, and Pauline Streets. Municipal addresses 3801 Dauphine Street, and otherwise to provide with respect to thereto. Zoning docket number 7621. Number 29, motion number M2260 by council members Jerusa, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, approving the amendments to the classified pay plans, fire hiring rates, 911 liaison officers, 911 liaison supervisors, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting on December 13, 2021, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, to be effective January 2, 2022. Page 17, number 30, motion number M2261 by council members Jerusa, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, approving the amendments to the classified pay plan special rate of pay police as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting on December 13, 2021, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, to be effective January 2, 2022. Number 31, motion number M2262 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jerusa, Thomas, Harris, King, and Green, pursuant to Section 3-127 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter. The council hereby authorizes the creation of an advisory committee to be known as the IIJA Joint Council and Legislative Committee to provide an inclusive platform for dialogue and project information from Mayor Latoya Cantrell, City Department, IIJA Task Force, State of Louisiana departments responsible for formula funding distribution, including but not limited to the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, Connect LA, Louisiana Department of Health, and the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, the Sewage and Water Board, the Port of New Orleans, Louis Armstrong International Airport, business and community groups, and numerous other entities and organizations, and that the IIJA Joint Council and Legislative Special Committee shall develop a report containing an overview of the committee's work, stakeholders and organizations engaged, key recommendations, and prioritized infrastructure projects due by August 1, 2022. This report must be formally submitted to the Clerk of Council, and the memberships of the IIJA Joint Council and Legislative Special Committee shall be as follows. Councilmember Helena Moreno, Chairperson. Councilmember Jean-Paul J.P. Morel. Councilmember Joseph I. Jerusa III. Councilmember Leslie D. Harris, Councilmember Freddie King III, Councilmember Eugene J. Green Jr., Councilmember Oliver M. Thomas Jr., 6 members of the New Orleans delegation in the Louisiana State Legislature, comprised of 3 members from the Senate and 3 members from the House of Representatives, to be selected by delegation membership in consultation with the Senate President and Speaker of the House, U.S. Representative Troy Carter, or his designee. Number 42, motion number M2269 by Councilmember Jerusa by request, ratifying, confirming, and approving the mayor's appointment of Carol Ann Markowitz, vice the expired term of Henry O'Connor, who passed away during fall 2021, as a member of the Board of Liquidation City Debt, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans for a term that will expire on 12/31/2023. Page 19, number 33, motion number M2270 by Councilmember Jerusa, ratifying, confirming, and approving the reappointment of Mindy Brickman as a member of the Industrial Development Board for a term ending on January 1, 2028, effective upon approval by the Council of the City of New Orleans. Page 20, regular agenda. Number 1, legislative grouping. 1A, communication from Allison Fort. Legislative Director, Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, District C, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application, RTA application number 201-901-46-1012 North Rampart LLC. 1B, resolution number R2284 by Councilmember King, a resolution approving RTA application number 2019-0146 for 1012 North Rampart Street. Page 21, land use matters. All land use matters are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10(1)B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. 1, legislative grouping. 1A, HDLC, appeal of Alexander Adamek, MRHAIA NCARB, principal architect, Adamek Architecture, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission decision of denial of demolition for the property located at 5427 Daphne Street. 1B, motion number M2278 by Councilmember Thomas, overruling the decision of the Historic District Landmarks Commission and hereby granting the applicant's request for property located at 5427 Daphne Street. Page 22. 1C, motion number M2279 by Councilmember Thomas, upholding the decision of the Historic District Landmarks Commission and hereby denying the applicant's request for property located at 5427 Daphne Street. Number 2, HDLC appeal of Benito Castro, pricing principal marketing coordinator, Ideal Market, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of the demolition of the property located at 220 South Broad.
Apologize for interrupting. In the interest of shortening our agenda, items for which deferral has been requested, going to just recommend that we go ahead and we don't need to read the entire brief. If any council member has an objection to deferral, however, I would ask that it be raised during the reading of the agenda. And if we need to take a vote on the propriety of the deferral, we'll just read the brief for that and we'll deal with it as it comes up in the meeting. I'm just looking for ways to shorten the reading of the agenda.
All right, I'll go ahead. Number 3, legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Brandy Rapoul, requesting an appeal of the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of demolition of existing contributing one-story single-family residential building to grade for new residential construction for the property located at 1413 and a half Mall Street. 3B, motion number M2277 by Councilmember Giarrusso, upholding the decision of the Historic District Landmark Commission and hereby denying the applicant's request for property located at 1413 and a half Mall Street.
Anita,
Yes, ma'am.
those 2 items are being deferred to 217.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and not read the ones where we've been notified of a request for deferral, where it doesn't appear on the agenda.
Okay.
Number 4, legislative grouping. 4A, HDLC appeal of Gustavo Romero Asper Construction and Development Group LLC, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of demolition of existing 1.5-story single-family residential building for property located at 701 Cadiz Street. 4B, motion number M2264 by Councilmember Harris, upholding the decision of the Historic District Landmark Commission and hereby denying the applicant's request for property located at 701 Cadiz Street. Page 25, number 5, legislative grouping. 5A, HDLC appeal of Kimberly Hollins, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of demolition for a contributing 1.5-story single-family residential building to grade for property located at 2326 Robert Street. 5B, motion number M2265 by Councilmember Harris, upholding the decision of the Historic District Landmark Commission and hereby denying the applicant's request for property located at 2326 Robert Street. Page 26, number 6, legislative grouping. 6A, Hclc appeal of Nicole Weber Consulting, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission decision of denial of
I
demolition.
need,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me, all three of those are deferred to 217.
Alrighty,
6B and number 7.
okay,
Okay,
all right, so,
you could go to page 27.
gotcha. Number 8, legislative grouping, zoning, 8A, zoning docket number 7821, SC Cemeteries of Louisiana LLC. Requesting a text amendment to the zoning, the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 15 to classify cemetery as a permitted use in the MU1 medium intensity mixed use district. The proposed text amendment would affect property citywide located in the MU1 medium intensity mixed use district. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. This is on deadline. 8B, motion number M2271 by Councilmember Green, approving the requested text amendment and hereby granting the applicant's request subject to the modifications set forth in the City Planning Commission's report on zoning docket number 7821. Page 28, number 9, legislative grouping. 9A, zoning docket number 9821, Alan McKendall requesting a zoning change from VIP Business Industrial Park District to SRS Single Family Residential District and an ENORC Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District and CT Corridor Transformation Design Overlay District located on lots G2A1A, G2A1B, and part of ARPANT 98 and 100 in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Bullard Avenue, Sheppentor Highway, Dwyer Road, and Interstate 510 Service Road. Municipal addresses 11900 to 11950 Dwyer Road and 4891 Bullard Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. This is on deadline.
Yeah, before we move, Councilmember Thomas, thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair. Though I appreciate the recommendation from City Planning, the purpose of this rezoning application is to accommodate the construction of a single-family subdivision, which is much needed. Oh, we're just doing the readings now. Okay.
Yes,
all right,
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
all right. I'm ready to roll. Let's go.
9B, motion number M2280 by Councilmember Thomas, granting the zoning change request for municipal addresses 11900 to 11950 Dwyer Road and 4891 Bullard Avenue, zoning docket number 9821. 9C, motion number M2281 by Councilmember Thomas, denying the zoning change request for municipal addresses 11900 to 11950 Dwyer Road and 4891 Bullard Avenue, zoning docket number 9821. Page 29, 10, this is deferred, requested to 21722, zoning docket number 9921, City Council motion number M21276. Page 30, number 11, zoning docket number 10121, Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries Foundation, deferral requested to meeting of 21722. Page 31, number 12, legislative grouping, 12A, zoning docket number 10221, 5629 St. Rock Avenue, LLC, requesting a zoning change from an SB1 Suburban Business District to an SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District. Petition property is located at square 4411, Lot X, proposed lots X1 and X2 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Prentice Street, St. Rock Avenue, Mendes Street, and Music Street. Municipal address 5629 St. Rock Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. 12B, motion number M2272 by Councilmember Green, granting the zoning change request for municipal address 5629 St. Rock Avenue, zoning docket number 10221. Page 32, number 13, zoning docket number 10321, City Council motion number M17 619. This has been deferral requested to the meeting of 2/17/22. Number 14, zoning docket number 10421, city council motion number M21-328. Deferral requested to the meeting of 2/17/22. Page 33, number 15, legislative grouping 15A, zoning docket number 10721, city council motion M21-364, requesting a text amendment to create a new use category of convenience centers or waste and recycling drop-off centers to consider the addition of such to the use tables in all appropriate zoning districts and to establish site design and use standards. The proposed text change would apply citywide, the recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. 15B, motion number M2267 by Councilmember Harris, granting the text amendment request of zoning docket number 10721, modified approval as follows. In comprehensive zoning ordinance, Article 20, section 20.3.TTT, found on page 9, 14, and 18 of the City Planning Commission staff report, remove number 2 in its entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. 2, limits on the types of materials collected at each site shall be determined by the Departments of Health and Sanitation. Restrictions and limitations shall be placed on the facility if such restrictions are found to be in the public welfare. Such restrictions include, but are not limited to, locations, sources of origin, volume of waste entering the facility, and types of wastes. The disposal of regulated materials as defined by the current Louisiana hazardous waste regulations and subsequent Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality Guidelines shall be generally prohibited. However, if deemed in the public welfare, the Departments of Sanitation and Health may authorize the disposal of such materials at the facility if such disposal is authorized by Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality Regulations. Page 34, number 16, reconsideration of zoning docket number 2118, 3000 to 3032, St. Claude Avenue, LLC. Deferrals requested to the meeting of 2/17/22. Page 35, number 17, calendar number 33,527 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, an ordinance to ordain sections 9041 and 9042 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish minimal operational requirements for the New Orleans Police Department Crime Lab, including units accredited to test and analyze DNA, to establish regular reporting requirements on sexual assault collection kits, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 18, calendar number 33,555 by Council Members Brissette, Moreno, Glapion, Banks, Gisselson Palmer, and Nguyen. This has been requested to be deferred to 2/17/22. Page 36, number 19, calendar number 33,579 by Councilmember Moreno by request, an ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 28,549 MCS entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2021 in accordance with the provisions of section 3:117 and 4:206L(f) of the 1F of the Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Excuse me, this is deferral requested to the meeting of 2/17/22. Number 20, calendar number 33,588 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer by request, an ordinance to amend and reordain chapter 146, streets, sidewalks, and other public places, sections 146,587 through 146,601 of the city code to create a parklet permitting program whereby public parking spaces within parking lanes on city-controlled streets may be utilized by adjacent commercial entities for additional seating and public use, to set permit standards and fees, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Page 37, number 21, motion lying over, number M2249 by Councilmember Moreno and Morel, a motion amending City Council Rules 1, 2, 3, 10, 10.1, 12, 15, 18, 28, 30, 33, 35, 38, 39, 41, 47, 49, and 50, and replacing them with the version attached as Exhibit A. Number 22, motion number M2263 by Councilmember King, tabulating the votes cast for and against the neighborhood housing proposition in the election held on Saturday, December 11th, 2021. Votes for 27,579, votes against 28,519, votes total votes 56,098, majority of votes against 28,519. Page 38, number 23, motion number M2268 by Councilmember Thomas, appointment of Freddie King III by the chair of the Public Works Sanitation Environmental Committee to serve on the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans effective January 19, 2022. Number 24, motion number M2273 by Councilmembers Moreno and Morel, appointing Paul Harang to serve as Chief of Staff of the City Council with a base salary inclusive of longevity of grade 105, step 34. Number 25, motion number M2274 by Council members Jeruso, Harrison, Green.
Anita,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
step was 37, not 34. On
Thank you.
Paul's thing, it was grade 105, step 37.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Number 5, let's see, motion number M2274 by Council members Jeruso, Harrison, Green, establishing the emergency temporary polling location changes at the official polling places with specified precincts within the parish of Orleans for the upcoming March 26, 2022 election, the open primary Orleans municipal parochial primary election, and the April 30th, 2022 election, the open general Orleans municipal parochial general election. Ward precinct 49.
And I'm going to just jump in here. These ward precinct changes from the original site to the temporary new site, these match exactly the changes that were recommended in the communication from Clerk of Court Morel that was received as consent agenda item 12. So I don't know that we need to reread all of these addresses. We're talking about the relocations from St. Dominic to Hines, from the private hall to Paul L. Dunbar, and from Drexel to the former NOPD 2nd District.
Thank you. We'll move to page 41, number 26. Motion number M2275 by Councilmember Jeruso, directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 33,582 as amended by ordinance number 4264 MCS, as amended by ordinance number 26,513 MCS, and subsequent amendments, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to amend Article 25.5 non-conforming lots to prohibit a single family or two family dwelling on an existing single legal non-conforming lot in SLRS1, SLRS2, SLRS3, SLB1, SLB2, SLC Lake Area Zoning District, subject to standards outlined in Article 25.5. Number
Leave that
27.
green.
Yes, sir. Number 27, resolution number R2276 by Councilmember Moreno. Rulemaking procedure to establish rules for community solar projects, resolution and order amending the community solar rules, docket number UD 1803. Page 42, number 28, motion number M2282 by Council members Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, Green, and Thomas, approving the disbursement of the 2020 and 2021 reserve, subject to the availability of funds. OPSB Center for Resilience, $1,533,334. Travis Hill School, $1,533,333. Office of Student Support, Mahalia Site, $1,533,334. Total allocation, $4,600,000. Number 29, motion number M2883 by Council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Harris, Green, and Thomas. Motion in accordance with Council Rule 42, the Council Chief of Staff is directed to issue and advertise a request for qualifications for legal services relative to the Wisner Trust, and that the Selection Review Committee shall be constituted in accordance with paragraph 8 of Council Rule 42 and shall consist of the Council Chief of Staff and the Council Research Officer, together with any additional knowledgeable persons whose particular expertise would be helpful in the evaluation process as determined by the Council Chief of Staff. Page 43, number 30.
We're going to need to deal with an amendment on that one. And it's on your desk, Anita, but I'll just go ahead and read it. It's an amendment to motion number M2283 by Council Member Morel. And I'm going to just read it into the agenda, and then I'll let Madam Clerk do her thing. On page 3, insert the following after the paragraph beginning with "be it further moved." The new language is, "Be it further moved by the council of the city of New Orleans that the council's executive council be and hereby is directed and authorized to take any and all steps that he deems necessary or appropriate to preserve the council's rights and interests relative to the subject matter of this motion, including through filing suit and/or intervention in an existing suit." That is the language of the amendment.
Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this amendment.
So moved.
Second,
Second, okay, that's fine.
It's seconded by whom?
Thomas is fine.
Councilmember Thomas?
second,
Okay. Councilmember Thomas? Just say yes or no, please.
so,
I need y'all to vote on suspension of the rules.
yes,
Councilmember Green,
Yes,
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended. Continue, Anita.
Page 43, number 30. Resolution number R 2285 by council members Harris, Moreno, Morrell, King, Green, and Thomas. Resolution stating that the council must honor repeated court orders for the city to proceed with phase 3, even as this matter is currently on appeal with the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. This body will continue engaging in all legal processes to limit the jail structure and further the city's goal of safely reducing the jail population in an equitable and fiscally responsible manner, and that to ensure the court and all parties to the jail litigation are apprised of the council's strong preference for the phase 2 retrofit over a new phase 3 facility. This body intends to submit and does hereby instruct its executive council to file an amicus brief to the Fifth Circuit prior to the start of oral arguments in March, and that the council, through its attorneys, will also submit a formal request for the United States Department of Justice representing the United States interest in the agreement to reconsider a phase 2 retrofit to address unconstitutional conditions at the facility and care for inmates housed there, and that should the court affirm the need to proceed with phase 3 with due haste, the council intends to take any and all steps necessary to formally decommission at least 89 beds in phase 2 to ensure there is no overall increase in population capacity at OJC, and that the council is committed to an ongoing dialogue with criminal justice stakeholders to identify any and all other legal steps to further its interest in this matter. Number 33, ordinances on first read. It's the
Wait a
end of
minute,
the
council members, on resolution R 2285, the one that she read into the record is being withdrawn, and we have a substitute resolution R 2285. The brief is the same, but there were substantive changes in the body and as well as adding Councilmember Green. So I won't read the brief again, but we need to suspend the rules to receive this substitute resolution.
So moved. Second by Harris.
Councilmember Thomas,
yay,
Councilmember Green,
yay,
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended to receive substitute resolution R 2285. Councilmember, we're ready to go on the 30-minute break to receive any comments.
Hang on one, Madam Clerk, I think I'm supposed to read a motion that Adam gave me. Adam, is this one motion on that under break?
Look, we can do it after the break.
After the break. All right, let's go to a 30-minute break. It is now 10:50, so we'll be back at 11:20. Hey, everyone, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. We had some problems putting up the comment link. And so we are, for the first roughly 10 minutes, so we are going to extend the public comment period until 11:30. So we'll come back at 11:30 to give individuals who are submitting their public comments now enough time to be able to get them in. So 11:30, we'll be back. Thank you.
council members, we've reached the end of the 30-minute public comment break. I would like to state that for a portion of the break, the public comment link was down. So we're going to leave it open for another 20 or 30 minutes.
Paul, real quick, I'd already extended the time period. I think you might have been busy for another 10 minutes to 11:30, just so that we can handle that. So we'll be back at 11:30.
Thank you. I missed that. Apologies.
No problem. All right, Paul, I think we're ready to begin again. And Madam, ready, we can reestablish quorum, and then I'll read the special motion that Adam wants me to read.
Councilmember Green,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Morrell,
Here again.
Morel is here.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember King,
Here.
Councilmember Harris,
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Read this motion that Adam, our executive council, wants to read as we proceed with this meeting. So as I stated in the beginning, we are conducting our virtually today because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our proceedings are governed by Section 17.1 of the Open Meetings Law, which prescribes special rules for virtual meetings in accordance with that statute. My determination that consideration on today's agenda are not be delayed. To ensure compliance with the statute, I'm going to request a motion to move forward with consideration of the items on today's agenda. So I'll move forward with that motion if I can get a second. If there are questions,
Second, Green.
seconded by Councilmember Green. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yay.
Councilmember Green,
Yay.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. So Councilmember, I'm ready to begin.
You are ready, ma'am. Let's
Okay.
roll.
Do you want to go to Resolution R2285?
Is there a set time for that one, ma'am? If not, we can roll through the consent agenda.
Okay, because all it says was that it would come after the 10 a.m. So I'll start with,
Sure.
we're gonna.
It needs,
start on
it needs to come after item 10.
Oh, item 10.
Madam Clerk,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
On page 2, we have approval of the minutes, January 6, 2022, January 10th, 2022, special meeting, January 20th, 22, and January 24th, 22, special meetings.
Madam Chairwoman, I will move for approval of all the minutes in Globo.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell.
Second,
Who seconded?
Moreno.
It was moved by Councilmember Morrell, seconded, yes, by Councilmember Morrell, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Thomas? Councilmember Green?
Yay. Okay, we have some technical difficulties here.
Yay.
Our whole system went out.
Yes.
We're making it work.
I got you. Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno? Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yeah.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Okay, 7 yeas, no nays, and the minutes are approved. We're now going to go to page 3, the consent agenda. We have communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be received. We have a communication from Michelle D. Allen Hart, General Counsel and Deputy Director of the Aviation Legal Affairs, New Orleans Aviation Board. This should be marked received. We're now on page 4, a communication from Lauren C. Dardell, Director, Local Government and Community Relations, Office of Government and Community Relations, acting as an agent for Tulane University, 1036 Broadway. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is March the 10th. We have a communication from Stephen Kennedy on behalf of REO LLC. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is March the 10th. We have a communication from Erica Gates Preservation LLC, 533 Tulu Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is February the 17th. We're now on page 5. We have a communication from AJA Fritz Ritson, Senior Executive Assistant, New Orleans, Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Arthur A. Morrell, Clerk of Criminal District Court. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We're now on page 6. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, Police Crime Lab, NCIC. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, Sewage and Water Board. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date. It's referred to the Budget Committee. I'm sorry. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, $15 pay plan adjustments. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Arthur A. Morrell, Clerk of Criminal District Court. This should be marked received. We're now on page 9. We have at the bottom of the page a communication from Arthur A. Morrell, Clerk of Criminal District Court. This should be marked received. On page 10, a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of the Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We're now on page 11. We have a communication from Brian Whited, Interim Director, Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is February 17th. We have a communication from Cynthia Davis, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, February 17th. We're now on top of page 12. We have a report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 220 South Broad Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 1413 Moss Street. We have a report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 701 Cadiz Street. This should be marked received. We're now on top of page 13. We have the report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmark Commission, 2326 Robert Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 1218 Valmont Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is February 17th. On top of page 14, we have ordinance calendar number 33,593 by Councilmember Brissette, adding Councilmember Green, 6110 through 6112 Pagne Street, zoning docket 7421. We have ordinance calendar number 33,594 by Councilmember Brissette, adding Councilmember Green, 1320 North Broad Street and 2550 58 through 2562 Esplanade Avenue, zoning docket 7921. On top of page 15, we have ordinance calendar number 33,595 by Councilmember Brissette, adding Councilmember Green, zoning docket 10521. Ordinance calendar number 33,596 by Councilmember Brissette, adding Councilmember Green. Municipal addresses is 600 North Broad Street, 2619 through 2633 Tulu Street, 2622 through 2626 Tulu Street, 2633 Lafitte Avenue, and 2634 through 2658 Tulu Street, zoning docket 10621. On top of page 16, we have ordinance calendar number 33,597 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, adding Councilmember King. Municipal address is 3801 Dauphine Street, zoning docket 7621. At the bottom of the page, we have motion M2260 by Council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. On page 17, we have motion M2261 by Council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas. The Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Council members, motion M2262 has been asked to be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. On top of page 18, at the bottom of the page, we have motion M2269 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 19, we have motion M2270 by Councilmember Jeruso, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you, ma'am. I will make a motion to adopt the agenda. If I can get a second.
So
Councilmember, we have a
Okay,
few comments.
Second.
I got you, Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah.
No. You are moving, and I'm letting you know I got you down as the second, and now we're going to hear the comments.
Thank you.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Thank you, Clerk. And our comments are, first one is from Olga Johnson. This is for consent number 14, communication from Jennifer Vagno, MD, Director of Health. Working with the present administration is not easy. Words sound good, but you cannot take them to the bank. Making Gordon Plaza a solar farm should not be done before the fully funded relocation. While we do not know all that is going on behind the scenes, too often we find a quiet diplomacy is a silent diplomacy. We want an immediate timeline for allocation and distribution of funds. It's our right as American citizens to live on clean soil. We pay taxes on this soil all these years. You never gave us a discount. Now you have the money to make it right. Give the residents of Gordon Plaza the money to move to a house of their choice. Also give us weeping expenses to do so. Next comment is from Troy Legault for consent number 27, calendar number 32,596 by Council Member Brissette. I request denial of the conditional use permit to allow an outdoor amphitheater. A review of the previous ordinance number 28,853 MCS is requested, as well as any future amendments to revise the zoning ordinance for such. Both actions immediately impact my residents located across the street from the property that is requesting the changes and directly impacts the quality of life and safety in the area. The history of events at this location held under previous conditional use permits have been disruptive to neighborhood parking and traffic, has exceeded the noise ordinance regulations and not met fire or sanitation codes. Currently, the owner has begun demolition work prior to applying for a permit, has expansion plans that would increase the current footprint and capacity and install permanent structures. Without review by a sound engineer, City Council Quality of Life Committee, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Engagement, the Fire Marshal, or just upon receiving a conditional use permit or a zoning change, none of this should be allowed. Numerous complaints regarding the intrusive stage lighting, excessive sound levels, and even fireworks had been made during past events held at the location under previous conditional use permits, allowing expansion, relocation of the stage even closer to my house, and increased capacity will further degrade living conditions. A full review should take place before another permit is granted. A previous e-public comment regarding this issue was submitted for the October 7, 2021 City Council meeting. We have another comment from Brian McKnighton for the same consent agenda item. Thank you, Council, for taking the issue of outdoor live music to the finish line. Through our at least 5 public hearings, we have had many supporters and almost 0 detractors. In 2021, the Broadside paid over $500,000 to local musicians. We hired new staff and managed to keep all of our previous Broad Theater employees on payrolls thanks to Broadside. We have not only worked with musicians, but also numerous nonprofits, social aid and pleasure clubs, family advocacy groups, criminal justice reform, etc. We are excited to become a fixture of the New Orleans music and live venue scene, as well as a staple of the Lafitte Greenway and North Broad. Thank you so much for your support. And finally, we have a comment from Nathan Lott on behalf of the Preservation Resource Center of New Orleans. He is a paid representative. This is for consent number 31, motion number M2262 by Council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Thomas, Harris, King, and Green. Thank you, President Moreno and members of the Council, for your proactive leadership on this matter. Interagency and regional approaches to infrastructure are critical. Federal infrastructure investment represents an opportunity to increase resilience while remedying historic inequities in what was built, where it was built, and how it was maintained. I encourage this new committee to use 2 central criteria when evaluating projects. First, what is the life cycle assessment of climate change impacts? Before a new road is traveled or a new building is occupied, a significant amount of carbon pollution is released. This is particularly true of concrete and steel. The use of infrastructure over time may also contribute substantial emissions. Public investment should drive innovation that reduces embodied carbon and reward efficiency and electrification of both vehicle fleets and buildings, which is essential for a transition to clean energy. Second, what is the future cost to the taxpayer? The federal government has a history of building infrastructure, then leaving cities and states to maintain it. No responsible entity should accept funds for something it cannot maintain without placing an undue burden on working and middle-class residents. Repair, reuse, and renewal of public assets, particularly in neighborhoods that have suffered disinvestment, is the pragmatic place to start. Those are the last of the comments for the consent agenda.
Hey, Anita, was it for motion 31?
Yes, it was. My apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. What I'll probably do is I'll take it right after we vote on the consent agenda, and then it will just be kind of applicable.
Great.
All right, Madam Clerk, you can take roll. It was, I've moved and it was seconded by Councilmember Thomas.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno. Go ahead, Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Morel,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the consent agenda has been adopted.
Madam Clerk, do you mind taking motion 31 real quick that we just took off of consent? I can handle that really fast.
Okay. We have motion M2262 by Council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Thomas, Harris, King, and Green. Pursuant to Section 3-127 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter, the council hereby authorizes the creation of an advisory committee to be known as the IIJA Joint Council and Legislative Committee to provide an inclusive platform for dialogue and project information from Mayor LaToya Cantrell's City Department, IIJA Task Force, State of Louisiana departments responsible for formula funding distribution, including but not limited to the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, Connect LA, Louisiana Department of Health, and the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, the Sewage and Water Board, the Port of New Orleans, Louis Armstrong International Airport, business and community groups, and numerous other entities and organizations, and that the IIJA Joint Council and Legislative Special Committee shall develop a report containing an overview of the committee's work, stakeholders and organizations engaged, key recommendations, and prioritize infrastructure projects due by August 1st, 2022. This report must be formally submitted to the Clerk of Council, and that the membership of the IIJA Joint Council and Legislative Special Committee shall be as follows. Councilmember Helena Moreno, Chairperson. Councilmember Jean-Paul J.P. Morrell. Councilmember Joseph I. Jeruso III. Councilmember Leslie D. Harris. Councilmember Freddie King III. Councilmember Eugene J. Green Jr. Councilmember Oliver M. Thomas Jr. 6 members of the New Orleans delegation in the Louisiana State Legislature, comprised of 3 members from the Senate and 3 members from the House of Representatives, to be selected by the delegation membership in consultation with the Senate President and Speaker of the House, U.S. Representative Troy Carter, or his designee. That's it, Councilmember.
All right, ma'am. Members, this is the IIJA Joint Legislative Special Committee. And as you all know, these are the infrastructure dollars coming down from the federal government. And we have been told repeatedly that we have to have a really collaborative and inclusive approach to really put the city of New Orleans in the best place to receive those dollars. So that's why we're building this special committee, so that we have council members, legislators, our Congressman Carter or his designee on it. And then at the same time, this will also be a public a space where people can come and voice their feedback on specific projects as well. The reason why I took it off of the consent agenda, and I'll just say this, that this passed unanimously out of committee. I took it out of the consent agenda because I added a few minor points to the motion, but I think that they're important points. I added the inclusion of green infrastructure and water management projects in there as well. It was kind of insinuated before in the motion, but now I've made it explicitly clear. I also added some of the state entities that we also want to work collaboratively with. And as the clerk has just mentioned, that I did put a hard date of August 1 to receive the first report back from this particular special committee. So those are the changes I've made, and I hope to still continue to get your full support despite these very minor changes. If there are no questions, or I know we've already had one of the public comments, I will make a motion to adopt. If I can get a second.
Second, Green.
Second, but there-
Councilmember Thomas wanted to speak.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Thomas.
Madam Council President, first of all, thank you. I think this is a continuation of the discussion that we had at the Public Works Committee and my conversation with Mr. Montano and Mr. Green. Also a continuation of discussion with the United States Czar over infrastructure, which is named Mitchell Andrew, as well as conversations with the senior advisor to the president, and my conversations with you about what Washington is saying and what our state leaders are saying is the best way for us to receive these dollars and to have support from across the community, across political relationships and boundaries for the public. This puts us in the best possible position as we compete for the millions and hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to be coming from Washington. And it also not only gives us the appearance that everyone's on the same page, it gives us the opportunity to have working relationships so that the public's projects and their priorities are not just on the agenda, but have the best possible chance of being funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. You're absolutely right. And this is a way for the public's projects actually get on the table, which is so great as well. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to bootstrap the comments that you and Councilmember Thomas made, which is this. Also, in preparing, as we are trying to do, to have a plan and to be thoughtful about what infrastructure needs to look like, the guidance that we've also received, both publicly and privately, is that we need to use our ARP funds in order to show A, good faith in getting infrastructure dollars, and then B, to leverage those. And just if you give me one quick second, I'll read from the White House briefing on this. It talks about how the ARP provided over $350 billion in critical resources to cities and local governments, and specifically says it allows that as a jumpstart on water, sewer, and broadband projects that could complement investments from the infrastructure law. So I think this is an incredible step that you and the council are taking to make sure that we continue to look to our future and how we're leveraging ARP resources now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Anyone else? I'm scrolling through here. Okay, I don't see anyone else. So I will make a motion to adopt if I can get a second, please.
It was seconded by Councilmember Green. Councilmember Thomas.
Yay.
Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 20 on the regular agenda, a legislative grouping, a communication from Allison Port, Legislative Director, Councilmember Gissers and Palmer, District C, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development's recommendation of approval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application. 1012 North Rampart Street, LLC. We have resolution R2284 by Councilmember King, a resolution approving RTA application 2019-0146 for 1012 North Rampart Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, this property is located in the French Quarter. It was a gutted historic commercial building. It is now the home of the American Townhouse Restaurant. It represents a $1.3 million investment. It's going to add 23 jobs, and the Restoration Tax Abatement Review Committee unanimously agreed in favor of this project 7-0 based on its compliance with local criteria. With that, it's recommended that this request for a tax abatement be approved. So I move.
I'll second Harris.
Okay.
Call a
Councilmember,
question. Any comments? None. I call a vote.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and resolution R2284 has been adopted. We're now on the top of page 21, legislative grouping. The HDLC appeal of 5427 Dauphine Street has been deferred to February the 17th. Motion M2278 has been deferred to 2/17. On top of page 22, motion M2279 has been deferred to February 17th. The HDLC appeal of 220 South Broad Street has been deferred to February 17th. On top of page 23, all matters. The HDLC appeal of 1413 through 1413.5 Moss Street has been deferred to February 17th. Motion M2277 has been deferred to February 17th. On top of page 24, a legislative grouping. The HDLC appeal of Gustavo Romero Asper Construction and Development Group LLC, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of demolition of existing 1.5-story single-family residential building for property located at 701 Cadiz Street. Motion M2264 by Councilmember Harris, upholding the decision of the Historic District Landmarks Commission and hereby denying the applicant's request for property located at 701 Cadiz Street. I'm sorry. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion upholds the HDLC decision of denial on the demolition of the Superior Cottage. Eleanor, I think you're on the line. Can you brief us on the HDLC's report on this property?
Yes, ma'am. Eleanor Burke, Deputy Director of the HDLC. 701 Cadiz Street is a contributing rated structure located in the Uptown Local Historic District. The applicant went before the HDLC at their hearing of January 8, 2022. As per the HCLC guidelines, the demolition of all or portions of the historic resources within a local historic district or landmark site are considered drastic actions, since they alter the character of the area. Once historic resources or buildings that contribute to the heritage of the community are destroyed, it is generally impossible to reproduce their design, texture, materials, details, and their special character and interest in the neighborhood. When reviewing a demolition application at property located within a historic district or a landmark site, the HCLC uses the following criteria in its evaluation: the historic or architectural significance of the building or structure as designated by its rating. 701 Cadiz Street is a contributing rated building. The importance of the building or structure to the tout ensemble of the area. FEMA survey and Sanborn map research indicates the original building was constructed sometime between 1870 to 1880 and first appears on the 1893 Sanborn map as a one-story commercial corner shop with an attached residential dwelling unit and corner awning. The building appears to have alternated between mixed-use commercial and residential uses over the years, and by 1951, the corner awning had been removed. The alternatives to demolition that have been explored by the applicant, none are known. The special character and aesthetic interest that the building or structure adds to the local historic district. The building appears to have retained very little, if any, of its original character defining exterior elements and architectural features, with the exception of some 6/6 wood windows at the side left elevation. Very little of the exterior building fabric appears to be original, and most of the door and window openings, particularly at the front facade, appear to have been modified, relocated, concealed, or removed over the years. However, the building does appear to have retained its original scale, footprint, massing, and roof form to this day, with the exception of a rear lean-to addition likely constructed around 1951. The difficulty or impossibility of reproducing such building or structure because of its exterior design, texture, detail, material. Based on its relatively small footprint and limited exterior architectural details and features, this building would likely not be prohibitively expensive or difficult to reproduce today. The condition of the building or structure. HDLC Inspector Kelly Campbell performed an interior and exterior visual inspection on December 23rd of 2021 and determined the building to be in poor to very poor condition. On the exterior, the vinyl type siding doesn't appear to be watertight, and the stucco half wall on the right side has a gap which has allowed water intrusion. The foundation piers appeared to be deteriorated, and the window casings exhibited substantial rot, particularly at the sills where they meet the stucco half wall. Vegetation was also visible on the exterior. Other deteriorated elements include soffits, fascia, building trim, and gutters and downspouts. On the interior, the property has been subjected to long-term water intrusion, and there were many areas of mold, and almost all areas of the interior had signs of standing water. The property slopes to the right and has many soft spots in the flooring, particularly at the staircase. The proposed mitigation measures, such as, but not limited to, fencing, landscaping, and maintenance contracts, none are known at this time. Staff recommendations. The current structure retains almost none of its original historical character defining architectural features and details, with the exception of its scale, massing, and roof form. As a result, and due to the poor condition of the structure, it's clear that little of the original building would remain if a renovation were to proceed. Thus, the staff did not object to the demolition application. At the hearing, the commissioners reviewed the staff report, interior and exterior inspection photos, the applicant's testimony, and substantial public comment in opposition to the demolition of the structure. After much discussion, Uptown Commissioner Stephanie Bruno made a motion to deny the application. The motion, seconded by Heather Sakari, passed 10-1, with Calvin Alexander voting against the motion.
Are there any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember Harris, there is one comment from Susan Johnson. She says, ladies and gentlemen, I'm writing to oppose the demolition of the building at 701 Cadiz at the corner of Laurel. This house is 150 years old. It has suffered from much neglect. According to neighbors, it's been vacant for the past 3 years or more. In November 2021, it was flipped to the current corporate owners, who obviously purchased it as a teardown. The practice of buying old homes simply to demolish them is an accelerating trend in the historic neighborhoods of New Orleans. Please do not encourage it. The house can and should be renovated to the studs, retaining the same roof line, scale, and massing. It's imperative that this building continue to conform to the tout ensemble of the neighborhood. This house belongs to the historic vernacular of the Uptown Historic District and should be preserved. Please uphold the recommendation of the HDLC and deny the appeal. Thank you, Susan Johnson, Town of Carrollton Watch, LLC, Advocates for Historic Neighborhoods, 2822 LePage, 70119.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. There are, as you heard, some significant issues with this property. So my office has advised the owner to apply for a partial demolition. That way they can work with our office and the HCLC to demolish the problematic parts of the property while retaining the historic nature of the building. It's important that we work hard to preserve our city's historic integrity, and I believe this path allows collaboration. And I move for approval if there are no comments. It looks like JP has his hand up.
I have a comment, and really it's for Eleanor. It's really just a point of information. I know that throughout, when we're making a lot of these decisions, we refer to the tout ensemble of the neighborhood, and I know that the public probably has no idea what that is. So this might be an opportunity to explain to them, because it's the reason why you cite it is it's in the actual code. That's why you reference it a lot. And I think it might be an opportunity to explain to the public what that term is and why it's a guiding term on issues like this.
Sure, I'd be happy to elaborate on that. The tout ensemble generally means the neighborhood's character and feeling is generally the culmination of lots of small pieces that together create the historic character and interest and charm of a historic area. So while there might be very high style buildings, there are also low style buildings, but all together they create what is considered the tout ensemble of the area that creates the character and charm that the HCLC was established to protect.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. I move this item. Is there any second?
I'll second. It's Morel.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
It was moved by Councilmember Harris and seconded by Councilmember Morel. Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morel,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yeah.
7 yeas, no nays, and motion M2264 passed. Councilmember, if I repeat who moved and who second, it's because the person in the chambers can't hear what y'all are saying. So that's why I'm repeating, so she'll know what to put in the record. We're now on page 25, legislative grouping. the HDLC appeal of Kimberly Hollins, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of demolition for a contributing 1.5-story single-family residential building to grade for property located at 2326 Robert Street. We have motion M2265 by Councilmember Harris, upholding the decision of the Historic District Landmarks Commissions and hereby denying the applicant's request for property located at 2326 Robert Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion upholds the HCLC decision of denial of the demolition of the home at 2326 Robert Street. Eleanor, can you please brief us on the HCLC's report?
Sure. 2326 Robert Street is a contributing rated craftsman style structure located in the Uptown Partial Control Demolition Only Local Historic District. In 2018, the New Orleans HDLC denied a request for its demolition. In 2020, the Commission denied a second request for the demolition, a decision that was then upheld by the City Council. The applicant returned to the Commission a third time at their hearing of January 5th, 2022, to request the demolition of the building. FEMA survey and Sanborn map in research indicates the building was likely constructed sometime between 1920 and 1930 within the period of significance for the local historic district. The building first appears on the 1951 Sanborn map as a one-story residential building with front and back porches, and appears to have retained its original style, scale, massing, roof form, and footprint to this day. While the exterior of the structure has been modified, including the installation of a brick veneer at the facade and replacement of wood weatherboards with asbestos siding, the craftsman style building appears to have retained many of its original architectural elements, including wood rafter tails, deep overhangs, paired columns on masonry bases, at front porches, masonry chimneys, wood doors, transoms, and several wood screens. While most of the original wood windows appear to have been replaced, the opening sizes and locations appear to have been retained. When reviewing demolition applications of properties located within a historic district or landmark site, the HDLC uses the following criteria in its evaluations: the rating of the structure this building is considered to be contributing, the importance of the building or structure to the tout ensemble of the area. FEMA survey, Sanborn map, and newspaper research indicates the building was likely constructed between 1910 and 1920. While it doesn't appear on a Sanborn map until 1951, a Times-Picayune article confirms the residential building was constructed no later than 1917, within the period of significance of the local historic district. The alternatives to demolition that have been explored by the applicant did investigate selling the property, but in the end did not do so. The special character and aesthetic interest that the building or structure adds to the local historic district. While the exterior of the structure has been modified, including the installation of a brick veneer at the facade, infill at the front and rear porches, and replacement of wood weatherboards with asbestos siding, the craftsman style building appears to have retained many of its original character defining architectural elements, including rafter tails, gable vents, deep overhangs, paired columns. Overall, the building appears to have retained its original type, style, scale, massing, roof form, and footprint to this day. The condition of the building. HDLC Inspector Kelly Campbell performed an interior and exterior visual inspection on December 20th of 2021 and determined the building to be in poor condition. On the exterior, cracks were observed in masonry elements and wood rot was observed on several shutters and trim. Foundation sills that were visible appeared to be rotted, and vegetation was growing on the building in isolated locations. On the interior, the property continues to settle and crack in the same places as observed in earlier interior inspections. The floor noticeably slopes to the rear left side, and there are many unsafe areas in the flooring where evidence of wood-destroying insects was observed. The upstairs bedrooms have ceiling stains which indicate potential leaks in the roofing. It was also noted that most of the piers appear to be unstable, and the structure would likely need to be erased to address these issues. The previous interior and exterior inspection reports from 2018 and 2020 were included for reference. Staff recommendation. The The first request for demolition of this building submitted by a previous owner was denied by the commission in 2018. At that time, the structure was determined to be in fair condition based on interior photographs provided by the applicant because the interior was not made accessible to the staff. A second request for demolition of this building to grade submitted by the current owner was denied by the commission in 2020. At that time, the structure's condition was updated to poor because more of it was able to be visually observed by the HDLC inspector and due to continued deferred maintenance by the owner. This commission denial was subsequently upheld by the city council when it was appealed by the owner. This is the third request submitted for the demolition of this building and the second by the current owner. Although substantial foundation and other structural repairs may be necessary based on evidence of termite infestation and other issues at the interior, much of the original character-defining exterior architectural details remain, and the building continues to contribute to the surrounding local historic district. The building also appears to sit on a double-wide lot and has been continually occupied for the last several years. Based on these factors, and because the structure is one of only 2 remaining historic buildings on the block face, with the remainder occupied by new construction, staff recommended denial of the application of demolition. At their hearing of January 5th, 2022, the commission reviewed the staff recommendation, inspection report, public comment, and owner testimony. Uptown Commissioner Stephanie Bruno then made a motion to deny the application. The motion, seconded by Jason King, passed unanimously.
Ms. Kern, are there any public comments?
Yes, there is one comment from Kimberly Costello Hollins. The report has left out very important information. The alternatives to demolition that have been explored by the applicant, none are known. This is incorrect. I have been working with Jenna Burke, Councilman Banks, and Nathan Lott since the request was denied back in 2020, all to no avail. We have tried through numerous means to come up with any alternative to demolition, and we have yet to get a feasible solution. We have explored tax credit, renovation, conversion to duplex, etc., and have not received any solution on this accord either. The home has continued to deteriorate in spite of the process we have in place to maintain utilities, visit property regularly, etc. Our plan is to build a home with true craftsman style to maintain the items that are contributing according to HDLC.
Yes, when individuals work together, they can double their strength and get more done as a team.
Our plan is to build a home that with true craftsman style to maintain the items that are contributing according to HDLC, such as defining exterior architectural, while ADA accessible items, elements including wood rafter tails, wood gable vents, overhangs, columns on masonry bases at the front porch. The existing structure has been modified in major areas since the original construction, as indicated by the report. The exterior of the structure has been modified, including the installation of a brick veneer at the facade, infill of the front and rear porches, and replacement of wood weatherboards with asbestos siding, replacement of wood windows throughout the property. Most of these modifications hinder the craftsman style. Allowing this home to be demolished will not just add to the characteristic of the neighborhood, but would allow a family who has been residents of this neighborhood for over 55 years to continue to be residents. Thank you for your time and consideration. Kimberly Castillo Hollins.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. This is the third time that this owner has applied for demolition, and the HDLC has recommended denial all 3 times. The issues with this property do not elevate to something that HDLC is willing to demolish, and the home has been neglected in between each application for demolition. Therefore, I move approval of denial in accordance with the HDLC. Can I get a second?
Second. Okay.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Harris moved and Councilmember Green seconded. Councilmember Thomas.
Yay.
Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, motion M2265 has been adopted. On page 26, all matters, the HDLC appeal of 1218 Belmont Street has been deferred to February 17th. Motion M2266 has been deferred to February 17th. Extension request of 3801 Monroe Street and 8701 Palmetto Street has been deferred to February 17th. On top of page 27, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 7821, SE Cemeteries of Louisiana LLC, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 15 to classify cemetery as a permitted use in an MU1 mixed intensity mixed use district. The proposed text amendment would affect properties citywide located in the MU1 medium intensity mixed use district. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M2171 by Councilmember Green, approving the requested text amendment and hereby granting the applicant's request subject to the modifications set forth in the City Planning Commission report on zoning docket 7821.
I think that a representative of the City Planning Commission is present to comment.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Green. This proposed text amendment asks the City Planning Commission to consider permitting cemeteries as a use within the MU1 medium intensity mixed use districts throughout the city. Currently, cemeteries are only permitted use within the OSN neighborhood open space district. Cemeteries are classified as an open space use. Cemeteries are prohibited in all districts outside the OSN district and therefore prohibited in much of the city. The text amendment would expand the use of cemetery to the MU1 district, and the applicants have requested this text amendment to expand their cemetery operations located at 4000 Norman Mayer Avenue to a lot on the opposite block at 2050 Caton Street. This lot will contain a 7,500 crypt mausoleum and parking spaces for visitation. The proposed lot where the applicants wish to expand their facilities contains approximately 63,500 square feet. The definition for cemeteries allows for a wide range of uses, including land for burial of the dead, mausoleums, and crematoriums. Accessory uses are also allowed within this use that can include maintenance facilities, crematoriums, caretaker dwellings, and chapels. Limiting cemeteries to only the OSN district severely limits the expansion of existing cemeteries or the new construction of cemeteries. There are many use standards in Article 20.3.n that restrict the sites that can accommodate a cemetery based on the overall lot square footage and through additional setback requirements. Permitting the use in more districts should not have any adverse impacts. The use standards as currently written may still limit the expansion of new construction of cemeteries throughout the city. The Commission does not consider any of the changes to the standards in this report, but instead recommends a change in the proposed language to allow cemeteries by right and through the conditional use process based on use standard compliance. Sites that expand an existing cemetery to a separate lot, but within the same site, such as the adjacent lot or across the street from an existing site, may be considered a single site for the purposes of the use standards. New cemetery sites that may not have the required square footage and setbacks to permit a new cemetery can seek a conditional use, and any necessary variances as part of the conditional use process. So the Commission does not see any adverse effects by adding cemetery as both a permitted and conditional use. It's the same recommended footnotes in more districts throughout the city. However, the City Planning Commission was limited to the scope of this application and can only recommend approval for the MU1 district. So City Planning Commission recommends modified approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any public comments?
No, there are no comments for this item.
Fellow council members, this is a request for a text amendment that would affect immediately the Mount Olivet Cemetery, which has maintained a good relationship with neighbors, but this particular site is actually not it's not very close to a neighborhood. But at the end of the day, the report speaks for itself, and I would ask for, and I would move for approval of the text amendment.
I'll second. It's Harris.
It was moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and motion M2271 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 28, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 9821, Allen McKendall. Requesting a zoning change from a BIP Business Industrial Park District to an SRS Single Family Residential District in an Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District and a CT Corridor Transformation Design Overlay District located on lots G2A1A, G2A1B, and a part of ARPANT 98 and 100 in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Bullitt Avenue, Sheffman Tour Highway, Dwyer Road, and Interstate 510 Service Road. Municipal addresses 11,900 through 11,950 Dwyer Road and 4891 Bullitt Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion M2280 by Councilmember Thomas, granting the zoning change request for municipal addresses 11,900 through 11,950 Dwyer Road and 4891 Bullitt Avenue, zoning docket 9821. Councilmember Thomas.
Are there any public comments? If not, city planning can give their report. Mr. Crowe.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. This is a application to rezone an approximately 36-acre site along Sheffman Highway in Bullard. It's within a BIP Business Industrial Park District, and the zoning seeks to rezone it to SRS Single Family Residential District. The developer proposes to subdivide the site for development of 116 single-family residential lots, which would occur in 2 phases. To enable that, the developer is seeking the zoning changes. The current zoning does not allow for residential development. The current zoning is really intended for office park style industrial and commercial development. So for any zoning change application, the Planning Commission's overarching consideration is whether the proposal is allowed by the city's master plan, which is really intended to set parameters for what zoning districts may be applied to any property in the city. This particular property has a what's called a business center classification under the master plan, which is really intended to either give it a mixed use or industrial zoning. It does not allow for residential zoning. And so for that reason, the Planning Commission finds itself bound by the master plan and cannot support the application. And so the City Planning Commission recommends denial.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe, for your recommendation. I respect the city planning and their recommendation for denial, but master planning also, especially based on my commitment, not just during the campaign, but as a council member and leader in this community, is how do we grow? We may have gained population to get another district, but we've lost population in the last 3.5 years. New Orleans will not build its tax base just with the business base we have or with the residential base we have. So at some point, we have to find a way to add more homeowners, more entrepreneurs, more people who not only just pass through this city, but stay in this city. The purpose of this rezoning application was to accommodate the construction of a single-family subdivision. The applicant completed the Project Neighborhood Participation Program and received support from every participating neighborhood organization and association interesting parties. In fact, no opposition was received. The applicants are seasoned developers with a portfolio of projects and success throughout this community. The proposed amendment is compatible with the existing use of zoning nearby property. The proposed amendment is more suitable for the zoning classification for the property than the current classification, especially given its proximity to the subdivisions and estates and homeowners who live in that area. The proposed amendment benefits the citizens of the city as a whole. How do we grow? How does this body help us grow? It promotes public health, safety, and welfare of the city. The proposed amendment does not create a significant number of nonconformities. And considered in the context of development in the subject area, the proposed amendment is more suitable zoning classification based on the length of time that the property has been vacant. Many of our agencies, we have to respect them, whether they're the HDLC or the city planning, they're consistent. But we also have to be consistent in our fight to grow, add ownership and tax bases. And because of that, I overrule the City Planning Commission's recommendation for denial and move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second, Green.
It was
Madam
moved
Chair.
by Councilmember Thomas, seconded by Councilmember Green. Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Green, Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2280 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion M2281 has been withdrawn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Thank you, body.
So ordered. On top of page 29, zoning docket 9921 has been deferred to February 17th. On page 30, zoning docket 10121 has been deferred to February 17th. On page 31, a legislative grouping.
Madam Clerk, I had some remarks to make about item number 10 on page 29,
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
which should be followed by item 30.
Right,
The
right.
resolution.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you ready for my remarks?
Yes.
All right, so for the public's benefit, let me clarify that there are two items on the agenda related to the jail expansion. One is a land use item, zoning docket 99/21, amending the conditional use ordinance to zone to build a phase 3 jail facility. Another is a resolution, and we will take up both items one after another, and the council research officer will read 20 minutes of public comment for each. Though these are two separate items, the sentiment is the same. We all sat through as a council 24 hours plus of testimony from our criminal justice partners. And I do not believe that building phase 3 is the answer to our criminal justice problems. We sat through a reentry court and we saw what opportunities getting a driver's license or a GED or mental health services or being reunited and providing for a family can bring. We heard from our brother Muhammad talk about how conflict resolution classes and mentorship can solve problems for our at-risk young people. And we saw how the work of YEP, the social services of public defenders and other agencies, can solve the jobs and housing issues if we focus on that. So I do not believe, and I believe that I can speak for my fellow council members, that building a phase 3 jail can help with fundamental societal problems that lead to crime. What I think we need to do is focus on mental health. But we struck a bargain, a contract that the prior mayoral administration and the sitting sheriff, the current sheriff, made with one another to improve our jails. One that is enforced by federal courts. And with 4 lawyers on this council, we can all tell you that principles of federalism, that the federal courts interpreting laws and being able to tell states and cities what to do, the very thing that allowed desegregation of our schools, ADA compliant businesses, and gay marriage to prevail over a bad-haired clerk's refusal in Kentucky to issue a marriage license. Principles of federalism prevent the city council from usurping or going around the federal court's authority through a zoning change. So I must defer this inherited zoning docket and allow it to die, because that is not the answer and it never was the answer. But that doesn't mean that the fight and advocacy for a constitutionally compliant facility ends here. It doesn't. After deferral of this legally toothless item, we are immediately taking up a resolution signed by almost all of this newly elected council to support the phase 2 retrofit, including authorization of our attorney to file an amicus brief telling the court why the city council supports the retrofit. It also requests our attorneys to send a letter to the DOJ to further explore how we can make the retrofit work. And this resolution also acknowledges potential loss and risk of FEMA dollars, something we must seek to avoid. But I do want to discuss that there is a federal building, a FEMA constructed building, the temporary detention facility that is a building on the jail grounds. And I think that we should explore city purchase of that building so that we can use it for other services like reentry, mentorship, drug rehab, and all of the things that we know we need. I want to be clear. From our hours of conversation, one thing is for sure: investment into mass incarceration has negligible impacts. Instead, investment into reentry, mental health services, job training, education at all levels, and job creation has measurable impacts. So what I would like to hear from our community, from the powerhouse universities like Tulane and Xavier, is what mental health services they will commit to provide. And from our business community, I want to hear what workforce development services you will offer and how you will ensure that there are jobs available to people upon reentry. We have so much to discuss as we move forward in our criminal justice discussions. So I will defer what is basically a performative piece of zoning legislation that has zero impact on whether or not or when this retrofit will occur. I will ask this current council for its commitment to continue the legislative and advocacy for real change in our criminal justice system. I see multiple questions at hand raised, and I think JP, you were the first one.
Thank you. I don't really have a question. I have a comment. And I echo almost all of Councilmember Harris's comments. I think that sometimes the public needs to be reminded when it comes to federalism, justice is blind and it is a double-edged sword. Though I assume that the previous council believed that manipulating zoning to prevent a federal edict from going in place was the appropriate thing to do, under the eyes of the law, there is no difference between holding up a third phase of a jail using zoning provisions than when people across the state to this day regularly manipulate zoning to prevent affordable housing. The principles of federalism say if the federal government has stepped in to right a wrong, and if a city has entered into a consent agreement to solve that wrong, we do not want to create precedent where cities can manipulate their way out of consent decree using zoning as a tool to do so, because the same zoning games you're playing today on something you think is important, like blocking phase 3, when other parishes across the state do rezoning tricks like requiring that renters be blood related to other renters, those same tricks are zoning tricks that other cities use across this country to prevent desegregation of housing and affordable housing to people across the country. So I understand, and I've talked to many of the proponents of the retrofit. I am a proponent of the retrofit, as are all the members of this council. But when you start to engage in zoning games, even if we were successful in manipulating zoning, I sincerely doubt the proponents of this who authored this legislation would then take ownership when the same zoning games are being used to prevent things like affordable housing, equitable housing, and desegregation from being promoted across the country. So, like I said, not a question, a comment. We are all on board for doing whatever we can do at our disposal to prevent the construction of phase 3 within the law, because it is very important for the four of us that are lawyers who understand precedent, that once you set a precedent, if we were successful for some reason in defeating Judge Lance Afric and his wisdom, this precedent could be used to devastating effects across the country where other consent decrees are being considered. That's all I have. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Council Member. I see Council Member Thomas's hand is up as well.
First of all, Council Member Harris, very well said and very well put. I echo probably everything that you said. I think too often in this community, we've allowed an opportunity for reentry into jail space not reentry into workspace. Reentry into the criminal justice system, but not reentry back into life. And though zoning is important, I wish this city was zoned opportunity C1A or second chance B1A. And thank you for taking the lead to make sure that the zoning isn't just about master planning and land classification, but that zonings and what we do is about the human classification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember King.
Like Councilmember Thomas said, Councilmember Harris, you did a great job laying foundation for this. I think Councilmember Morrell hit the nail on the head. This cuts both ways. Today we're in favor of this when it's in our favor. Today, yeah, it's in our favor. And tomorrow, when we don't like the decision, it's too late because a precedent has been established. We all, I believe, are in favor of the retrofit. And I want to make it very clear to the audience that whatever this council says, whatever anyone says, has zero impact on the judge's decision. The judge today can force or decide that he wants a third phase built, and whatever we do, zoning or not, permit or not, will not affect that judge's decision. So I think the right tool is the resolution to be supportive of the retrofit, but to make it seem to give false hope that a permit would change the judges or have any influence on the judge or his decision whatsoever is false hope for the community. So I support the resolution, and yeah, again, it cuts both ways. We want to start that precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Council President Moreno.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I think a lot has been said, and you know, I'm one of the non-lawyers on the council, but I think what we're all looking for is really what is the most impactful route that we can take to push forward with the retrofit. And moving forward with zoning is not the most impactful way to do it. The most impactful way, from what I hear from the lawyers on this council and also from our executive council, Adam Swensick, is to intervene in the case, which we plan on doing. And that's actually the same route that our new sheriff has decided to take as well. That if we're going to push for changes and push for this retrofit, that's how we do it through the court process. So I just thank you, Councilmember Harris, for taking this issue on. You know, you've been only on the council for just a few weeks. It's a huge issue quickly. So our approach, and also for finding, once again, as I mentioned, the most impactful way to get the desired outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Green.
Councilmember Harris, thank you for your commitment and for your comments, and you're very honestly leading us in this direction. I just wanted to just say to the public, and I've gotten a lot of comments relative to this issue and the like. I just want to encourage people to recognize that you can also comment to the federal officials and express concerns. It's not a limited slate as to who can comment, and certainly you can do so through letters and other forms of correspondence. So I just want to emphasize that the council is taking a bold move today and recognizing law, but hearing also the concerns of our citizens, but citizens in general and persons who are very concerned, get those cards and letters going to the federal level, and also even requesting meetings and opportunities. It can happen. There's a lot of influence that can be used to get some of the things that we want to get done. But again, to fellow council members and Councilmember Harris, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I assume that there is public comment, and we set aside the 20. I'm sorry?
I just wanted to say something. Sorry, I'll put my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see you. Sorry.
It's all right. I wanted to reiterate what the other members said about your leadership on this. I think particularly for the newer members of the council, they walk in and inherit lots of things that they didn't create, and you stepped into this, and I applaud you for your leadership on this very difficult issue. To round out all of the lawyers who've talked about this, I would just want to make another point that's really important to me. which is you've said, and the other lawyers have said, we need to listen when the federal government tells us that our powers are preempted. I think that is important for another reason. As we live in this day and age where constantly the rule of law is being interrupted and interfered with, I would find it very difficult for us to have any moral authority anymore if we overrode a federal court and then said, you need to follow our rules instead. How do we say, listen to what our rules are if we're not willing to follow the rules ourselves? So I appreciate the fact that you and the other members have recognized that and have worked so diligently on this, and continue to look forward to working with everybody to what a possible solution looks like in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso. We set aside about 20 minutes for public comment on this particular deferral, and then we'll take up the resolution.
Councilmember Harris, there are no public comments for item 10 or item 30.
Wonderful. So let's move on to item 30.
We have resolution R2285. This matter has been withdrawn. So ordered. We have substitute resolution R2285 by council members Harris, Moreno, Morrell, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution stating that the council must honor repeated court orders for the city to proceed with phase 3, even as this matter is currently on appeal with the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. This body will continue engaging in all legal processes to limit the jail structure and further the city's goal of safety, reducing jail population in an equitable and fiscally responsible manner. And that to ensure the court and all parties to the jail litigation are apprised of the council's strong preference for phase 2 retrofit over a new phase 3 facility. This body intends to submit and does hereby instruct its executive council to file an amicus brief to the Fifth Circuit prior to the start of oral arguments in March, and that the council through its attorneys will also submit a formal request for the United States Department of Justice representing the United States interest in the agreement to reconsider a phase 2 retrofit to address unconstitutional conditions of the facility and care for inmates housed there. And that should the court affirm the need to proceed with phase 3 with due haste, the council intends to take any and all steps necessary to formally decommission at least 89 beds in phase 2 to ensure there is no overall increase in population capacity at OJC, and that the council is committed to an ongoing dialogue with criminal justice stakeholders to identify and all other legal steps to further its interest in this matter. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add substitute resolution R2285 to the agenda.
So move, Councilman Green.
Second, Morrell.
It was moved by Councilmember Thomas, seconded by Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Giarrusso?
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended to add substitute resolution R2285 to the agenda. Councilmember Harris.
Madam Clerk, I move for the adoption of this resolution, and I need a second.
Second, Green. King, Green.
Madam Clerk, are there any public comments to this item number 30?
No, ma'am, there are no comments.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Giarrusso?
Yay.
7 yea, no nay, and substitute resolution R2285 has been adopted. We're now going to go back to the regular order of the agenda. We are on page 31. We have a legislative group and zoning docket 10221, 5629 St. Rock Avenue, LLC. Requesting a zoning change from an SB1 Suburban Business District to an SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District. The petition property is located on square 4411, Lot X, proposed lots X1 and X2 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Prentice Street, St. Rock Avenue, Mendez Street, and Music Street. Municipal address is 5629 St. Rock Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M2272 by Councilmember Green, granting the zoning change request for municipal address 5629 St. Rock Avenue, zoning docket 10221.
I'll ask a representative of the City Planning Commission to comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. This is a zoning change application that would affect Lot X, which is at the southeast corner of the intersection of St. Rock Avenue and Prentice Street. It is within a SB1 commercial district that includes the 4 parcels at that intersection. The proposal is to rezone it, to downzone it really to a residential district with the intent of subdividing the lot into 2 lots and then developing those with single family residences. So essentially what happens here is that this would be given the same zoning as exists surrounding the commercial district and takes it out of the commercial district itself. As noted previously, this is something where the master plan the master plan contemplates single family residential development at this site, but the current zoning does not allow that. So really the only way to accommodate that master plan desire for residential development is to give it this SRS zoning that is being requested here. And so given that that makes sense under the master plan and its allowance for residential use, the City Planning Commission is supportive of the application and does recommend approval of the zoning change.
I am just so pleased that a developer and families are looking to build single family homes at this location, which has been vacant since Hurricane Katrina, a commercial site that was certainly underutilized then, but has been vacant for a while. So it's exciting to see 2 single family homes going up at that location. And I move for approval of the zoning change request.
Second.
And
it was moved by
second.
Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Druso.
Madam Clerk, we have one public comment.
Okay.
This is from James Smith. I am James Smith, member of the company that will be developing the proposed subdivide. I'm a native New Orleanian, born and raised here, and I currently reside in New Orleans. My background is construction and real estate investments. I'm a local general contractor and real estate investor here in New Orleans. I hold Louisiana licenses in commercial and residential building construction. I have successfully completed several new construction and major renovation projects in New Orleans and neighboring communities. The proposed rezoning and subdivide will be 2 residential lots. We will be building 2 residential stick-built homes that are 2,500 square feet. Both homes will be in line with the current architecture in Gentilly. We have already gone through the process of NPP meetings with Gentilly community members, associations, and leaders, and they are all in support of the subdivide. If approved, we will immediately begin the process of obtaining building permits to begin construction. In conclusion, we are respectfully requesting approval of our application to rezone 5629 St. Rock.
Thank you, Ms. Jane Smith, for following the processes and for your investment. It's an exciting investment. Again, I move for approval of the zoning change request.
Second.
It was seconded by Councilmember Druso. Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Druso?
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2272 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 32. All matters. Zoning docket 10321 has been deferred to February 17th. Zoning docket 10421 has been deferred to 2/17. On top of page 33, we have a legislative grouping. Zoning docket 10721, City Council Motion M21-364, requesting a text amendment to create a new use category of convenience centers or waste and recycling drop-off centers, to consider the addition of such to use tables in all appropriate zoning districts, and to establish site design and use standards. The proposed text change would apply citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M2267 by Councilmember Harris, granting the text amendment request on zoning docket 10721 modified and approved as follows. In comprehensive zoning ordinance, Article 20, Section 20.3.TTT, found on pages 9, 14, and 18 of the City Planning Commission staff report, remove number 2 in its entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. Limits on the types of materials collected at each site shall be determined by the Departments of Health and Sanitation. Restrictions and limitations shall be placed on the facility if such restrictions are found to be in public welfare. Such restrictions include but are not limited to locations, sources of origin, volumes of waste entering the facilities, and types of waste. The disposal of regulated materials as defined by the current Louisiana hazardous waste regulations and subsequent Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality guidelines shall be generally prohibited. However, if deemed in the public welfare, the Department of Sanitation and Health may authorize the disposals of such materials at the facility if such disposal is authorized by the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the zoning docket that we heard last week in the Quality of Life Committee hearing with Jonathan Wisby, who is here today, and Paul Kramer. This would allow for the city to open up waste and recycling drop-off centers in industrial and some commercially zoned parts of the city. Because it is municipally run, we won't have these centers popping up all over the city. It's just 3 different areas to ensure equitable access. The point of this text amendment is to help curb illegal dumping and improve waste collection. In surrounding areas like Jefferson Parish, these locations exist to help keep neighborhoods clean and free from debris. And I can tell you that in my neighborhood, we have tires everywhere, and I hope that these waste centers will mitigate that. The amendment to this text amendment came from the administration and would allow the Departments of Health and Sanitation to receive approval from the state to dispose of regulated materials. For example, they could receive approval to dispose of household cleaners like bleach in a way that complies with state and federal regulations. This text amendment is one of the first of many steps to cleaning our city, and I believe plays a role in fighting against crime. A clean city is a healthy city. And I see hands up from Councilmember Thomas and Councilmember King. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Councilmember Harris, Chair of the Quality of Life Committee. You're absolutely right. I grew up, cleanliness is next to godliness. I think in many cases, the litter, the debris, the random dumping, and the lack of enforcement, making examples of people in that area, have contributed, especially to some of these crime hotspots. The only thing that I would ask is that while these convenience centers become a reality in our immediate reality, that hopefully after 6 months or so, we'll revisit them to make sure that these convenience centers don't become an inconvenience to the communities that they're supposed to give some relief from. So hopefully you'll accept that as a friendly amendment upon review after 6 months of them being opening, that we'll revisit each one to make sure that they're actually an asset to the community and not a place where trash and debris and tires and all the other stuff becomes prominent and prevalent throughout the community where they're placed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas, and I will accept that amendment to include a review after 6 months when it comes time to pass the ordinance. Mr. King.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I think this is a great idea. Thank you for everyone that was involved in making this happen. This is one of the ideas I had on the campaign trail to mimic what some of our neighboring parishes are doing and having dump off sites instead of dumping tires in the neutral ground. Instead of dumping tires at the naval station on Poland, we can have a place where you can dump tires for free in a safe environment. So I think this is the right thing to do. And I will just ask that we look at who we hire to man these stations. It's not rocket science. So, we can put some of our young men or young women that need a job in charge of these stations. I would actually look at that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Are there any more comments?
Councilmember, we have one public comment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is from James Goodwin, representing Algiers Point Association. The Algiers Point Association supports zoning docket 10721, City Council Motion M21-364 for the creation of the category for waste and recycling drop-off centers and establishment of site design and use standards. The APA has participated in neighborhood clean sweep efforts, which have demonstrated the need for alternative collection facilities to provide continuous opportunities for disposal rather than periodic functions which require special logistical arrangements. This is true for Algiers and the other neighborhoods remote from the present central facilities. This would enable the neighborhoods to optimize the reduction of dumping and attended blight, as well as improve the city's efficient use of manpower and equipment. And apologies. That is the end of the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. I just want to say that we will work with all of the district offices as we move to adopt an ordinance to make sure that everyone is on board. And for all of the council members, if you know of any city-owned sites or sites that may be appropriate, please forward those to me, Jonathan Wisby, and Mr. Kramer. Wisby and Kramer are on the line if anybody has any additional questions for them about this.
Mr. Kramer, can you real briefly tell us the areas that you plan on putting these sites?
Yes, thank you, Council Member. The City Planning Commission recommended that these convenience centers be allowed in the C1, C2, C3 districts, which are all general commercial districts, all for industrial districts, LI, HI, BIP, and MI, and as well as the general plan development district. The Commission's recommendations also include numerous standards that address an auto-oriented type drop-off facility, which this would be, that also must be sensitive to neighboring commercial properties. Includes limits on the type of waste, limits on the amount of waste, allows for limitations on who could drop off the waste, requires a traffic plan with routing of the traffic to major streets. It would be prohibited if the lot is adjacent to a residential district, and it requires 8-foot opaque fencing around the site. I also wanted to, if you don't mind, Councilmember Thomas had asked a question at the Quality of Life Committee meeting about a particular site that was being considered on the old Gentilly Road at the old incinerator site. And he asked more details on that. Years ago, we had done an environmental study, hazardous sites inventory, and it, among other things, took note of the city's former incinerator sites, including the one on Old Gentilly Road. In our research in that study, we didn't find any evidence of public opposition to this particular site, though it was likely that incinerators in general were being phased out, in part due to concern about environmental and air quality, and also different strategies at that time for disposing of waste. The Old Gentilly area has a long history of industrial use, and unlike some of the other incinerator sites, it's more separated from residential uses or areas. Since the incinerator closure, it's been a City of New Orleans fleet fueling station. We are not aware of any particular environmental site assessment of this site, but one may assume it may have some questionable soil quality that would make it inappropriate for residential or recreational uses, but this auto-oriented use with paved surfaces should be appropriate. And it's also very close to the massive illegal dump sites, so one hopes that that would have an impact. And much of the site is actually in a natural state. In the rear of the site, it's a very deep site, and that can continue to serve as a stormwater management purpose.
Thank you.
I wanted to know exactly like what parts of the city. I'm sorry.
Sure, I think maybe if Jonathan is on, he could address that.
Yes, Councilmember King. I just want to clarify our expectations are eventually to stand up 3 convenience centers. One in New Orleans East, as Mr. Kramer has mentioned, we are closely examining that old Gentilly incinerator site, and we think that may very well be a prime location. We think it's also extremely vital to have one in the West Bank, and I just want to publicly acknowledge you and your office, in Winston in particular, for reaching out to us really as soon as our quality of life meeting was done last week to start working through some sites for location in the West Bank. Y'all have been very proactive on that, and we greatly appreciate that. And then I think, the third priority is to find something centrally located on the East Bank that could service a lot of uptown, mid-city, downtown and French Quarter, those areas. So those are the sort of 3 general locations. Specific sites have not been finalized, but like Mr. Kramer said, we are looking very seriously at that old Gentilly incinerator site, and we're working very closely with your office to finalize identification of a site in the West Bank.
And I appreciate your work with the office. Thank you very much. Can you give us a timeline when all 3 sites will be selected and up and running?
I can give you a more firm timeline on the site that we've done the most significant exploration on, which is the old Gentilly incinerator site. We're expecting demolition on existing structures in that site to be done this summer. Then we think it's approximately a 3-month effort to grade and do improvements to the site so that it can be used as a convenience center. We expect to be doing an RFP for a vendor to run the site concurrent with that timeline. So we would expect sometime, hopefully by the end of 3rd quarter of this year to have that site up and running. The sites that we have looked at in the West Bank, we have some existing things we're trying to clarify regarding state authorization for debris removal when there is a federally declared disaster. We expect that evaluation to be done in the next week or so. Once that is done, there are a couple of other sort of mechanical steps that need to be done to put those sites into reuse. And so I would expect something in the timeline of a few months maybe to clarify those issues. And that site we could potentially even have up and running before the old Gentilly site, depending upon any environmental issues that we find that when we start investigating the site and whether there's a more significant need for construction there. So I think, both of those are kind of looking at a late 2nd quarter to 3rd quarter of this year type timeframe. The centrally located site on the East Bank, we don't yet have a great candidate for that is currently city owned. And so there's going to need to be some more investigative work done there. And I feel a little more hesitant putting a timeline on that particular site because of some of the unknowns there.
Thank you. I appreciate all y'all work. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I move to adopt.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
It was moved by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Thomas,
Yay.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Morrell. We have 6 yeas, no nays, and motion M2267 has been adopted. We're now on page 34. At the bottom of the page, the reconsideration of zoning docket 2118 has been deferred to February 17th. On top of page 35, we have ordinance calendar number 33,527 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer.
Madam Clerk, can you add my name to that, please?
Yes. Adding Councilmember Harris, and this matter will be deferred to February 17th. On page, at the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,555 will be deferred to February 17th. On page 36, ordinance calendar number 33,579 will be deferred to February 17th. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,588 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request.
Madam Clerk, can you add my name to this matter?
Yes, deferred to February 17th. On top of page 37, we have motion line over M2249 by Council Members Moreno and Morel. A motion amending City Council Rules 1, 2, 3, 10, 10.1, 12, 15, 18, 28, 30, 33, 35, 38, 39, 41, 47, 49, and 50, and replacing them with the versions attached as Exhibit A.
Thank you,
Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, we had a really lengthy GA presentation by Adam Swensick, our Executive Counsel, on these rule changes. Some of them are cleanup measures, others are more substantive, including needing to be in compliance with our the way we handle our consent agenda, in compliance with state law. And I'm happy to take any questions, but as I said, we've had a lengthy presentation on this matter, and Adam's available to take any questions as well. And if there are no questions or public comment, I'll make a motion to adopt. Can I get a
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Jeruso?
Was moved by Councilmember Moreno and seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morel? Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and motion M2249 has been adopted.
Madam
But
Clerk,
now-
Madam Clerk, I saw Councilmember Morel come off briefly off mute. I just may want to give him one more chance.
Okay.
We can't hear you, JP.
Oh, I said yes. I'm sorry.
Okay. 7 yeas, no nays, and motion M2249 has been adopted. We have motion M2263 by Councilmember King, tabulating the votes cast for and against the neighborhood housing proposition in the election held on Saturday, December the 11th, 2021. Votes for, 27,579. Votes against, 28,519. Total votes, 56,098. Majority of votes against, 28,519.
Yes, Madam Clerk, I move to adopt this motion, which is the tabulation of the votes recognizing the failure to pass the neighborhood housing proposition. Do I have a second?
Second, Green.
It was moved by Councilmember King, seconded by Councilmember Green. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morel?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2263 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 38. We have motion M2268 by Councilmember Thomas. Appointment of Freddie King III by the Chair of Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee to serve on the Sewage and Water Board of the New Orleans, effective January 19, 2022.
Are there any comments by council members as I move for adoption of motion M2268. Any comments?
There are no public comments.
I have a quick question.
Councilmember King.
Is it proper for me to vote on this, Madam Clerk?
Adam?
You may vote.
Yes, you may.
There's the test is economic interest, and you will be unpaid on said report.
And now that Councilmember King can vote on his own appointment, I move that adoption of M2268. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second it. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
It was moved by Councilmember Thomas, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno? Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso? Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2268 has been adopted. We have motion M2273 by Council Members Moreno and Morrell, appointing Paul Harang to serve as Chief of Staff of the City Council with a base salary inclusive of longevity of grade 105, step 37.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As the council, Paul Harang, during the previous council, over the remaining last few months, I didn't want to move forward with his permanent appointment until this new council came in, so that everyone had the opportunity to work with Paul and really you get to realize, just in my opinion, what a great job he really does. He is so committed to this position, so committed to the New Orleans City Council, really works 24/7 on behalf of this council and the people of this city. So I hope that you'll support this motion in appointing Paul Harang to serve as our Chief of Staff. Any questions or comments? I'll entertain a second.
Second, Freddie King.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Madam?
It was moved by Councilmember Moreno and seconded by Councilmember King. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and motion M2273 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, we have motion M2274 by Councilmember Jeruso, Harris, and Green, establishing the emergency temporary polling location changes as the official polling places for the specified precincts within the parish of Orleans for the upcoming March 26, 2022 election, the open primary and/or Orleans municipal parochial primary election, and the April 30th, 2022 election, the open general Orleans municipal parochial general election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We need to file these to make sure that places damaged by Hurricane Ida or other issues have places to vote or go or otherwise protected. So I will move for approval, please. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Thank you. Any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion M2274 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 41. We have motion M2275 by Councilmember Jeruso, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 33,582 as amended by ordinance number 4,264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 25.5, non-conforming lots to prohibit a single-family or two-family dwelling on an existing single legal non-conforming lot in an SLRS1, SLRS2, SLRS3, SLB1, SLB2, SLC Lake Area Zoning District, subject to standards outlined in Article 25.5.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, I want to start by thanking the staff from both CPC and Safety and Permits for bringing this to our attention. This request asks City Planning Commission to consider exempting several lake area zoning districts from allowing small multifamily units on non-conforming lots. In a lake area, many single-family development sites are made up of 2 or more 25-foot wide lots. Safety and Permit has typically not required re-subdivision in the lake areas when the house covers multiple lots, so long as the home is centered. The concern is that the new text would allow a new home on each 25-foot wide lot, and that's not what was intended. Councilmember Green, did you want to join this?
Yes, I did. I asked yes earlier, and I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for all.
Thank you. May I have a second to this, please?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Moreno. Anita, I see you're up.
Yes, we have just one comment from Andrea Morris. Her comment is, this motion seems to undermine the progressive nature of the recently passed small multifamily text amendment through yet another Band-Aid solution meant to combat short-term rentals, rather than wasting the City Planning Commission staff's time by propositioning recommendations and adjustments that the council will inevitably ignore. I implore the council to take a more practical approach to regulate short-term rentals, especially in a city like New Orleans that refuses to stray away from hospitality and tourism as major economic sectors. We need creative solutions to better utilize revenue from short-term rentals to give back to the struggling residents of New Orleans, and our zoning policy should help good faith developers push more affordable housing stock into production without strenuous rules and restrictions. The Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA are opposed to this motion.
Well, thank you for saying that, Anita. I would say two things. Number one, Ms. Morris never reached out to my office to discuss this. And secondly, we would have been more than happy to tell her that this request does not stem from us. It's actually from city planning and from safety and permits saying that this works in inequity in the system. And so we're trying to make sure that that is not what's being done. So with that, I have moved. Councilmember Moreno has seconded. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Morel.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2275 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, we have Resolution R2276 by Councilmember Moreno. Rulemaking proceeding to establish rules for community solar projects. Resolution and order amending the community solar rules, docket number UD 1803.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm excited about this amendment. And as the council knows that, we are really leading on the transition to renewable energy through the city council action taking. So community solar is a key element to that transition, and it connects renters and low-income residents with the opportunity to lower their bills and get cleaner energy sources. This rule change to our community solar program will now expand the eligibility of this program and broadens the accessibility so that more New Orleanians can participate in this clean energy program. And I do want to thank all of the different advocates, including the folks at FNO, the Alliance for Affordable Energy, of course, is part of that group as well, for helping us with this particular amendment. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those. And I believe I've got Andrew, my chief of staff, and Aaron on as well, if anyone has any additional questions. Councilmember Thomas. You're on mute, Councilmember Thomas.
No question, but just comments. Thank you, Council President Moreno. Not only take advantage of this, but take advantage of the federal standards that have been set in terms of emissions, what we're doing with wind and solar. We know that in the Biden administration, there's proposed $55 billion in solar, proposed another 110 in wind. So hopefully we'll have an education component matched with our federal and state partners to educate people on how to best take advantage of that money. Too often, there's money for a recyclable, there's money for a lot of these initiatives that never ever gets down to the homeowner, to that citizen or that layperson. So thank you so much for your leadership there. This is something that I've studied kind of all around the world, and I look forward to making that link to the homeowner, to the business owner that can not only invest in this, but take advantage of the federal funds that are offered for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Any other questions? Is there any public comment?
Yeah, we have 2 public comments.
Okay, go ahead.
The first one is from Jesse George with the Alliance for Affordable Energy. He's a paid representative. The Alliance for Affordable Energy urges the council to grant our motion to amend the city's community solar rules. The council's explicit goal in developing these rules was to provide new renewable options to New Orleanians with a particular focus on providing renewable options to those who are not eligible for rooftop solar on their own residences, business, and or low-income customers. As we noted in our motion, despite the council's adoption of the community solar implementation plan more than a year ago, no community solar projects have been developed in New Orleans. Aligning the community solar rules definition of low-income customers with that of the low-income housing tax credit program at 60% of area minimum median income would increase the feasibility of developing more community solar projects that specifically benefit low-income residents, as solar developers could work directly with the residents of LIHTC properties to become low-income subscribers of community solar projects. This would encourage the development of more solar projects and further council's stated goals of making the benefits of solar power available to renters and low-income residents. We thank you for your consideration and for working to make affordable, renewable, and resilient energy accessible to all New Orleanians. And the second comment is from Andronika Morris. Her comment is the National Community Solar Partnership, NCSP, set a target to enable community solar to power the equivalent of 5 million households by 2025, generating $1 billion in energy bill savings. In many states across the country, this project will be moved forward with the intent to believe they will be a part of the resolution in the lack of affordable housing crisis. When in actuality, this acts as an additional barrier for residents that can't afford or otherwise or authorize solar panels on their roof, making residents think they will have the opportunity to subscribe to Solar Garden, which will give them savings, is hopeful, but only as long as they live anywhere within the city. We need solutions that will decrease or break barriers that support additional obstacles people will have to cross over just to have a decent and affordable place to rest their head. This is at minimal a human right. And those are the ends of the comments for that item.
Okay, thank you, Anita. Appreciate it. I will make a motion to adopt if I can get a second, please.
Second.
Oh gosh, I don't know who got that first.
Like Councilmember Jeruso seconded it.
Okay, perfect. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Resolution R2276 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 42. Motion M2282, by council members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, Green, Green, Thomas, and King. Approving the disbursement of the 2020 and 2021 reserve, subject to the availability of funds. OPSB Center for Resilience, $1,533,334. Travis Hill School, $1,533,333. Office of Student Support, Mahalia Site, $1,533,333. The total allocation is $4,600,000. Councilmember Morrell.
You're on mute, Councilmember Morrell.
I'm sorry. Give me a second. Which item are we on? I'm sorry.
We're on page 42, number 28.
And that is which part is that? Which one is that? I'm sorry.
Harris money?
Harris money. Yes. Okay. So as we did our previous meeting when we rescinded the previous council's efforts to defund the Travis Hill Center and a variety of other educational opportunities, we have since come together working with the school board, and we have now perfected a resolution to not only grant them the future money from last year, but to grant them the remainder of the money from the previous year that still exists in Globo so that they can support all those programs that we all agreed need to be supported. We have not reached yet agreement on the CEA going forward on how that money will be split into the future. That will be done before the next budget year, but this deals with the money from this budget year and the leftover money from the previous budget year. That's what this does. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have 3 comments. The first comment is from Liz Marcel Williams from the Center for Resilience. The Center for Resilience appreciates the support of this council and the recognition of the work that we do to support and provide services to New Orleans youth with the most significant emotional, behavioral health care needs. We could not provide our interdisciplinary academic, clinical, therapeutic, and medical services without the investment of the council and the New Orleans public schools. Thank you for ensuring we can continue to provide high quality intervention and preventative care and are funded adequately to best meet the needs of the children of New Orleans. The second comment is from Olin G. Parker, Orleans Parish School Board President. The Orleans Parish School Board is extremely grateful for the leadership and support of the City Council on the issue being discussed today in item M2282. The programming, this funding will support uplifts the most vulnerable students within our school system and helps ensure that all children in our city have the opportunity to reach their full potential. We look forward to continuing to work with the members of the council, the Mayor's Office of Youth and Families, educators, nonprofit partners, and community and religious leaders to solve the complex issues that impact our students and their families. We thank you for your partnership on this and many other items and are excited about the future. The last comment is from Carlos Luis Zervigo, Legislative Legal Committee Chair, Orleans Parish School Board, District 6. Thank you for considering the approval of this crucial funding for our most vulnerable youth during the time of great crisis for our young people. Your actions today are a proactive move towards proven solutions. On behalf of the Orleans Parish School Board and the school students in New Orleans, we thank you for this important allocation and look forward to our continued working together for the betterment of the youth and families. Your unanimous support for this measure is a great step forward in the partnership between the City Council and the OPSB. It is what our youth need and what the public demands. That's it for the comments.
Thank you for that. The comments have been read. Mr. Thomas, you have a comment.
And also, I think we can't, we'd be remiss not to have a special thank you to Councilmember Morrell. I think this is an area which proves that his experience and resume as a state senator, understanding what those gaming revenues were for when they said education, but in many cases, it went other places. Council Vice President Thank you. I think this is a critical area, man. And we're you're not only going to make a difference with these organizations, but I think correcting the original intent of what this money was supposed to be for. So not only these organizations, but I think the community has to give you major kudos for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I appreciate your efforts and your work on this as well. I think that's very important as we have a larger conversation about what the solutions are going to be to our rising criminal justice issues, as particular as it deals with those individuals, those young men and women who interact with the criminal justice system. We have to put our money where our mouth is. And I thought it was very, very unfortunate and misguided to defund the Travis Hill Center while at the same time saying the council had a commitment to fighting juvenile justice, fighting juvenile crime, and reducing juvenile incarceration, as the Travis Hill Center is really the biggest resource you have to have those kids who are inside that system come out and be able to go back to school or to get that GED. I think it's all very important. Thank you so much, everybody, for all your work. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have one additional comment that came in while we were having technical difficulties earlier.
Okay. Anita?
I'll go ahead and read it. This was from Brian Gagne, representing Circular Consulting. Good morning / afternoon. I'm representing NOLA Public Schools in support of M2282 and would like to thank the entire council for their support. I look forward to the continued engagement around this matter, as well as establishing a relationship between this council and NOLA PS. I will be reaching out to your offices soon to request and schedule meetings. I'm available to answer any questions, and reps from NOLA PS will be available as well. Thank you again, Brian Gagne.
Thank you, Paul. I think I had a second, but not a motion. I'll move that we approve the instrument in front of us. Can I get a second?
It was seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Okay, seconded. Madam Secretary, you please call the roll. Madam Clerk, sorry.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2282 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, we have motion 2283 by Council members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, Green, and Thomas. A motion in accordance with Council Rule 42. The Council Chief of Staff is directed to issue and advertise a request for qualifications for legal services relative to the Wisner Trust, and that the Selection Review Committee shall be constituted in accordance with paragraph 8 of Council Rule 42 and shall consist of the Council Chief of Staff and the Council Research Officer, together with any additional knowledgeable persons whose particular expertise will be helpful in the evaluation process as determined by the Council Chief of Staff. And we have a motion to M2283 by Councilmember Morrell. On page 3, insert the following after the paragraph beginning with "be it further moved." Be it further moved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that the Council's Executive Council be and hereby is directed and authorized to take any and all steps that he deems necessary or appropriate to preserve the Council's rights and interests relative to the subject matter of this motion, including through filing suit and or intervention in an existing suit. We need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
So moved, Eugene Green.
Second.
By Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Thomas,
Yay.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas and no nays, and the amendment the rules have been suspended to add the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me make some opening comments, then we'll take Councilmember Morell's amendment and vote on both items. Since 2019, the council has had some deep concerns about the legality of the renewed Wisner Trust, a more than 100-year-old concept from which the city derives revenues. Those dollars are doled out by the mayor's office, but from what we have learned, the people of New Orleans may be missing out on significant benefits in Wisner's current arrangement. Our legal advisors believe this trust probably should not exist anymore, and further, it might not even be proper or legal for the mayor to have extended it. Litigation now underway seeks to explore the questions of whether this trust even exists, or if the millions of dollars of value locked inside are more properly owned directly by the people of New Orleans. Today, we are beginning the process to solicit expert outside legal advice to intervene in this litigation and defend the rights of the people of New Orleans. I know that many of my colleagues have faced these same concerns, and I look forward to seeing a court of law rule on this critical issue at hand, or to find a way in which we can put together a better agreement that will be more beneficial to the city of New Orleans. And I'll say the reason why we are at this point where we are today is that the city council has been waiting for quite some time now for a third-party report on the legality of the extension of the Wisner Trust. Unfortunately, we learned recently that the administration nor the city attorney's office has this specific report. In fact, none of it had occurred in any way. And so we are now going to be taking these particular steps to first intervene in the existing litigation that's happening now with our executive counsel, Adam Swensick, and then we'll also be, as you're seeing here, moving forward on retaining our own outside counsel as well as we move forward with matters of the Wisner Trust. So that's what this does. Councilmember Morell, I'll turn it over to you on your amendment.
Essentially, members, as Councilmember Moreno stated, the goal right now is for the council to reassert itself and to interject ourselves in this litigation. Many of us have looked at this, have significant concerns that the previous council was misled and did not assert their position on this in a more definitive way. We believe that having Mr. Swensick involved directly will help us with that, as well as find outside counsel to deal with this issue. So I think generally speaking, there's been plenty of news articles and stories about this issue. And I think it's time for us to step up and say, we are here to protect the resources of the city of New Orleans. We have lots of needs, including the current issues we have with criminal justice that require significant funding. And to simply give this money away just because makes absolutely no sense. So I support what the council president is doing. I ask you all to support my amendment, and I think we should move forward on this as soon as possible. Well, I'll move for my amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
We may have public comment that we need to take before we.
Absolutely. Sorry. I apologize.
Adam, you have public comment on the amendment?
No, we have public comment on the main motion.
Okay, let's finish the vote on the amendment. And then we have comments from council members on the main instrument, and then go ahead and deal with the public comment then. Madam Clerk, on the amendment.
It was moved by Councilmember Morell and seconded by Councilmember King. Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Green?
Yes.
Councilmember Morell?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted.
Any other council member comments on this?
Councilmember Moreno, just to reiterate sort of point you made, but I think it's important for historical context, which is we've been extraordinarily patient about this. It's an issue, Madam President, that you brought up at the ad valorem committee, and we had a detailed presentation there, and the council wanted to weigh in at that point and do something. I think the primary reason we did not was to make sure that there was a legal opinion that was secured and that we were on solid footing, even though many of us thought we might know what the answer is. As we sit here today, though, the litigation is moving forward. There are parties to it, and we are not at the table. And I emphasize the concern that Councilmember Morel just made, which is that this is about protecting the rights of the entire citizens of New Orleans and making sure that we can hopefully reach an accommodation and something that is a compromise between all of the parties. But if not, then we'll take the necessary steps to protect the residents' rights. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilmember DeRusso. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no further comments. Anita, can you do public comment, please?
Yes, we have one comment. It's from Justin Schmidt. His comment is, finally, more than 2 full years after Councilmember Moreno and former Councilmember Palmer initially brought the gross malfeasance of Mayor Cantrell and former Mayor Landrieu in their dual capacity as trustee for the 1914 Edward Wisner Trust donation, as well as Mayor of City of New Orleans, to light, I am now cautiously optimistic that this current council will not cower to the very vindictive Mayor LaToya Cantrell, who continues to overtly thumb her nose to not only the citizens of New Orleans, but also the City Council, which the citizenry duly elected to represent their respective interests. The mayor has done this repeatedly over the course of the last 2 years through former city attorney, who made patently false representations to the City Council that a third-party report was being prepared, was being prepared on this issue that would be presented to the City Council. This is particularly troublesome given that the city attorney also has the City Council as a client, which arguably renders this unethical conduct a violation of the Louisiana Rules of Professional Conduct, but that is a larger discussion for another day. Today, as a practicing attorney for over 20 years, I'm comfortable with my statements herein, as I've read over 5,000 pages of transcripts of the Edward Wisner Donation Committee's meetings between April 30th, 2013 and April 24th, 2020, as well as countless pages of court documents and other public records. Additionally, I've extracted some 79 highlighted pages of these transcripts and emailed the same to your City Council email accounts for your own review. The last 5 pages are particularly egregious as they detail the Wisner Committee's discussion of how the committee plans to no longer make the committee's business public in accordance with the March 2020 ratification that the mayor executed. Should any of you have any questions, I'm happy to try to accommodate you. Regards, Justin Smith. That's it for the comments.
All right, thank you, Anita. Appreciate it. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. If I can please get a second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember DeRusso. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morel,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember DeRusso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion as amended, M 2283, has been adopted. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
So moved.
Who second?
I'll second. It's Harris.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Morel,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Harris,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember DeRusso,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno. We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended.
I'm a yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello, council members.
Hey, Ms. Temple,
How you doing, Councilmember Jeruso?
good to hear you.
Sorry for the phone. That was the copy machine going off. I don't know. Okay, ordinance on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,609 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a fast food restaurant in the C2 Auto-Oriented Commercial District and the Historic Urban Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District and an Enhancement Corridor Overlay District located on Square B, Lot 26 and part of Lot 25 in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by South Claiborne Avenue, Louisiana Avenue Parkway, Delashare Street, and South Roman Street. Municipal address 3421 South Claiborne Avenue and otherwise supervisor respect thereto. Zoning docket number 8821. Ordinance calendar number 33,610 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit the retail sale of packaged alcoholic beverages in a Lake Area Neighborhood Business District located on square 17 or 35, lot 35 in the 2nd Municipal District bounded by Spanish Fort Boulevard, municipal address 6508 Spanish Fort Boulevard and otherwise supervisory respect thereto. Zoning docket number 9021. Ordinance calendar number 33,611 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to effect a zoning change from a suburban single-family residential district to a suburban multifamily residential district located on square 4815 lot 9A in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Madrid Street, Mandeville Street, Spain Street, and Vienna Street. Municipal address 2318 through 2326 Madrid Street and otherwise supervisor respect thereto. Zoning docket number 9721. Ordinance calendar number 33,612 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize an ordinance building corporation to execute, deliver, and enter into the Fifth Amendment to sublease substantially in accordance with the document attached here to an Exhibit A and made a part hereof, which will amend the sublease as defined below by and between NOBC and National Passenger Railroad Corporation, Amtrak, to extend the term of Amtrak sublease for the expansion premises as defined in the Fifth Amendment to sublease and otherwise supervise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,613 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance revoking the dedication to public use and authorizing a sale at public auction for a minimum price to set by appraisal of a certain portion of ground together with all the rights, ways, privileges, servitude, and appurtenances thereunto belonging or in any wise appertaining, situated in the state of Louisiana, parish of Orleans, 3rd Municipal District of the City of New Orleans, being a portion of Brutus Street between squares C and 3 of that part thereof known as Rosedale Subdivision, as shown on a survey dated November 18, 2019 by Gilbert Kelly and Couture, Inc., hereafter referred to as property or a portion of Brutus Street, which is no longer needed for public purposes and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,614 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance revoking the street dedication to public use and authorizing a sale at public auction for a minimum price to set by an appraisal of a certain portion of ground together with all rights, ways, privileges, servitude, and appurtenances thereunto belonging or in any wise appertaining, situated in square 1192, 3rd Municipal District, Orleans Parish, Louisiana, designated as a portion of Caleret Street, the property or portion of Caleret Street, which is no longer needed for public purposes and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,615 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to the municipal yacht harbor boathouse lease agreement dated September 3rd, 2013 with SNL2 LLC, a limited liability company organized and existing under the laws of the state of Louisiana, assignee of William A. Hayes for the property located at 8136 Breakwater Drive, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. Boathouse 96 is authorized by ordinance number 25,434 MCS adopted on August the 8th, 2013, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,616 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Harris, King, Thomas, Green, and Morrell. An ordinance to amend and ordain section 154-705 and section 154-781 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to exempt vehicles involved in certain criminal offenses from fines and fees imposed by Chapter 154, Division 2 and 3, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,620 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the French Market Corporation relative to FMC reimbursing the city for security personnel, equipment, and other costs associated with the city's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, NOSEP, providing a unified public safety patrol throughout the city-owned and FMC managed properties, to modify the provisions thereof, to extend the term thereof for an additional 3 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 form attached hereto as exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,621 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within a specified area of the city of New Orleans as a temporary clean zone during the time period beginning at 6:00 a.m. on Monday, March 28, 2022, and continuing through and until 11:59 p.m. on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Relative to the use of this public property in conjunction with the 2022 National Collegiate Athletic Association Men's Final Four, to provide for the temporary prohibition of certain activities and the transaction of business in a clean zone unless approved by the city, to provide for the establishment of one or more public participation areas, to provide for the establishment of fines and penalties for violations of this ordinance, to establish the clean zone as the area bounded by Esplanade Avenue North and South Claiborne Avenue, Tulane Avenue, South Broad Street, Earhart Boulevard, Callio Street, Chapatula Street, Orange Street to the Mississippi River, crossing the Mississippi River to the West Bank levee of Orleans Parish, proceeding downriver to Villette Street and returning across the Mississippi River to Esplanade Avenue, to provide for a temporary period of applicability and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,617 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, and Green. An ordinance to establish the City Council Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans Substation Support Fund as Division 48 of Article 3 and Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, to ordain Section 70-415.307 through 70-415.311 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within the division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,618 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, and Green. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds provided to the city of New Orleans Parish for the funding of the CEA between the city of New Orleans and Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans for the building and development of a new substation to provide power from entity for Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans use and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,619 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, and Green. An ordinance to providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds provided to the city of New Orleans Parish for the funding of a CEA between the city of New Orleans and Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans for the building and development of a new substation to provide power for entity for Sewage and Water Board use and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,622 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to establish the Victims' Bill of Rights Fund as Division 48 of Article 3 in Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain Section 70-415.312 through 70-415.316 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within the said division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,623 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. To appropriate funds to the New Orleans City Council to fund an initiative aimed at returning funds to victims of crime who were charged to retrieve stolen property and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,624 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate funds to the New Orleans City Council to fund an initiative aimed at returning funds to victims of crime who were charged to retrieve stolen property and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,625 by Council Members Morel and Moreno. An ordinance calling for an election on November the 8th, 2022 at which the electors of the city of New Orleans shall be asked to approve an amendment to Article 4, Section 4-106 of the Home Rule Charter requiring council approval of any person appointed by the mayor or chief administrative officer to head any office, unit, department, commission, or board created or recognized in the Home Rule Charter or otherwise established pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, as specifically 1, an appointment pursuant to Home Rule Charter Section 4-106(1) or Section 4-106(2). Number 2, the appointment of the head of any office, department, commission, or board created or recognized in the charter for which approval of the mayor or chief administrative officer is required. 3, the appointment of the head of any office or unit established after the date of the charter in accordance with Charter Section -4-105(2). And 4, the appointment of the head of any office or unit to which executive powers have been assigned or transferred in accordance with Section 9-2012 or otherwise, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And that completes all the ordinances on first reading.
Madam. Thank you, Ms. Temple.
You're welcome.
With that, all that is left, Madam Clerk, I believe, is a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
All right, can I get that motion?
I'll move to adjourn.
Moved by Council Vice President Morrell. Can I get a second?
Second. Green.
I think that was Councilmember Green, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Yes, Thomas too.
I got you. Councilmember Morrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, see you soon.